可以吗? Hello. Okay. All right, so I'll just start. All right.
Sure.
Thank you to the sponsors. That's the usual spiel. On behalf of the International Center for Cultural Studies, I'd like to welcome all of you to this one-day event, this workshop. I first conceived of this workshop as one of two events, foundational events, when the center was established, and also to kick off this research cluster on 21st century China. I would have preferred it to be an in-person event, but unfortunately, due to the coronavirus, we've had to delay it now for more than a year and a half. And there are speakers from 3 continents, but I thought that it's much more timely. It's much more important that since this is a very timely theme, that we should just proceed as is. Okay, I don't know if oh, the chair is not here. Never mind. Okay. Since I'm the organizer and the first speaker in this session, I thought I'd relieve the chair of the actual burden of explaining this session and of introducing the speakers by first spelling out what drove me to organize this exploration of issues, then use my own take on the problem in order to open up discussion by the 2 other speakers. Governmentality and neoliberalism are 2 topics that have been heavily debated in the theoretical and cultural studies literature. Both concepts have also been extensively deployed in the context of the contemporary PRC, but their relevance and significance here are not entirely clear, despite the amount of attention to it or to them. So there's still a lot of room, in my opinion, for clearing the air and redefining the problematic. And this will be addressed more by the speakers in the first session. Now, secondly, how do I frame issues within the workshop itself? Simply put, I'd say that the first session deals with structure and the second with infrastructure. Infrastructure can be more easily defined, but by structure, I don't mean that of governmental politics or the liberal economy. I'm referring to the relations between market economy, state control, ideological hegemony, and the national body that are implicit in any or all of these debates. In short, governmentality and neoliberalism are 2 incompatible theoretical traditions, partly because they view the structural relations subsumed by them in different ways. So the question is, what are we really talking about in the context of China? At this point, I should really introduce the other 2 speakers, because we'll be talking about the same set of issues, except from very different vantage points and in different terms. The second speaker is Donald Nonini. He's an anthropologist at the University of North Carolina. Don's major thematic interest has always been political economy. I think his work is more on the Chinese in Malaysia. And he's also been the editor for many years, I think, at Dialectical Anthropology. Daniel Vukovic is in the Department of Comparative Literature at Hong Kong University and the author of a recent book called Illiberal China. And I think he'll be using today's presentation to expand on the conclusions and the ramifications. See, if we held this conference when we were supposed to, Dan's book would have been freshly minted and new. Now it's quite old and out there, and maybe stale. I don't know. Okay. All right. So governmentality, as I understand it, is rooted in Foucault. It leads to the advent of the welfare state as the consequence of disciplinary society, writ political, which further begs the question to what extent politics becomes bio, as in biopolitics. The market economy plays an insignificant role here, if at all. On the other hand, the way in which the dynamics of the market in liberal economic theory leads inevitably to the advent of the neoliberal state is a completely different narrative. Ha-Joon Chang aptly characterized it. Quote, neoliberalism was born out of an unholy alliance between neoclassical economics and the Austrian libertarian tradition, unquote. This strict definition of its school of thought overlapped over time with political ideological trends in the 1980s that began to favor market deregulation, privatization, retrenchment, and the welfare state. This represented a convergence between the phenomena of free market capitalism and state control, which were typically viewed as dualistic opposites, but it resulted in divergent thematic approaches, one focused on newly emerging capitalist systems per se, and the other focused on regulative aspects of governmentality. However, the literature on neoliberalism that followed has been fraught with conceptual ambiguities and conflicting generalizations. In the context of the PRC, Iwa Ong emphasizes that neoliberalism is an amorphous phenomenon, quote, a migratory set of practices that articulate diverse situations and participate in mutating configurations of possibility, unquote. Ong and her co-author Zhang seem to be the most ardent supporters of the position that China is a mix of privatization and state control, in the sense that the state requires neoliberalism to be managed by socialism from afar, as though indirectly. On the other hand, or maybe similarly, Andy Kipnis follows from his comparison of neo-Marxist cultural neoliberalism and the governmentality approach to suggest that their symptoms, outcomes, and policies are mutually contradictory, thus criticizing in the process their confused application to the Chinese context. By contrast, Don Nonini has a very different take on this, and he can speak for himself a bit later on. So I think China today is confusing only if you approach it from the perspective of neoliberal economic theory. The current fixation with the rise of China, especially after its transition to a free market economy, overlooks the fact that a long tradition of historical scholarship has always been concerned with the rise and fall of China vis-a-vis the West. Mark Elvin's The Pattern of the Chinese Past was less a civilizational discourse per se than a sophisticated effort to develop conceptual models for the rise and fall of the economy. In the PRC, in an attempt to offer a different spin on China's demise in the face of the West, Maoist historians engaged in debates on the sprouts of capitalism that apparently failed to bloom. Later generations of theoretical debate over the same terrain has seen the publication of André Gunnar Frank's Reorient and Ken Pomerantz's the Great Divergence, among many others. And if you add Giovanni Arrighi's Adam Smith in Beijing to the list, it's really the same line, namely, what does the economy tell you about everything else? In contrast, geopolitics, by my definition, actually, begins literally with what Arif Derlich called the politics of place, but it ultimately involves a different kind of conceptual language for relating the spaces of political discourse and practice to the market economy, social stratification, and the national imaginary. This mix is complex and different in every societal polity and historical moment. This probably should have been the goal of the paper I initially proposed to write for this workshop, but I've decided to present something else altogether. And in fact, this morning I'm going to be talking about India. Surprise, surprise. Okay, in 2013, Vivek Chiver wrote a book called Post-Colonial Theory and the Spectre of Capital, which was published by Verso. Hey, Wei Xin, can you put up the JPG file, if you can find it, if you don't know this book? Okay, since the book was on India, I doubt if many sinologists have read it or even know this book. When it appeared, I was working on a paper on subaltern studies in the wider context of post-colonial theory. On paper, 10 plus chapters in it were detailed critiques of 3 classic works in the subaltern studies canon, namely Ranajit Guha's Dominance Without Hegemony, Partha Chatterjee's The Nation and Its Fragments, and Dipesh Chakrabarty's Provincializing Europe. Any work that concretely delved into the substantive contents of these books in a serious way, as Chiber honestly did, should be deserving of legitimate attention. As a systematic critique of subaltern studies, he at least went beyond the usual lazy depictions of this school as nativist cultural critique or alternative area studies model. Guha was seriously debating with Marxist historians, much more so than with Indian nationalists or Cambridge Orientalists. The same can be said of Chatterjee and Benedict Anderson, Chakrabarty and Western historiography, et cetera, et cetera. All of their analyses, no matter how minutely embedded in Indian history and society, were targeting other broader theoretical issues. That being said, however, after considering the substantive analysis, I dismissed Chibra's book as the revenge of Marxism. Or maybe I could add in parentheses, the revenge of a certain positivist Marxism. To put it bluntly, there is a polemic aspect of his critique that can't be separated from the empirical analysis. And in the end, I concluded that the polemic aspect was more germane. So if you allow me to explain both sides of the controversy, I'll eventually show why this discussion is relevant to the PRC. The first thing to notice is that even though 99% of the book dealt with subaltern studies, why was the book entitled Post-Colonial Theory? If one associates post-colonial theory to writers such as Homi Bhabha, Edward Said, and others who actually use this label, these people are hardly mentioned in the book. Guha has been characterized by some as post-structuralist, but I don't think he ever used this term to describe himself. I also hesitate to characterize the subaltern studies group, which was a diverse mixture of scholars, as post-colonial, except in the loosest sense of the word. But if we use it as a loose genre of cultural critique, there are many other writers who clearly fit this genre, even though they don't belong to subaltern studies, such as Ashish Nandi. Yet Chibber was firm in his intentions and his wording of them when he argued, quote, against the turn in subaltern studies away from its roots in cultural Marxism and toward the greener pastures of post-structuralist irrationalism. It is a capitulation to irrationalism that flies in the face of inexorable Enlightenment principles of reason, secularism, and universalism, unquote. I mean, this is the tone of the entire book, right? Toward the conclusion, it becomes clear that Chibber's defense of the latter in principle is what drives his propensity to paint subaltern studies as a front for a relativist, deconstructive, literary, linguistic turn. Unable to rectify capitalism in an Indian context, subaltern studies then lapses into Orientalist essentialism, where Indian exceptionalism becomes a subtle kind of anti-Westernism. I mean, this is the way this is part of Chibber's polemics. Now, not surprisingly, proponents of subaltern studies and literary post-colonialism fought back. Gayatri Spivak wrote a scathing book review to which Chibber replied. An even lengthier tit-for-tat took place between Partha Chatterjee and Chibber at a special session of the Historical Materialism Conference in New York in 2013, just after the publication of the book. And in fact, you can see this the entire conference on YouTube. At the same time, many other reviews sided with Chibber's critique. There were so many reviews of the book, totaling more than the 320 pages of the hardback edition, that Rosie Warren in 2016 edited a volume of essays resulting from or reacting to its publication, entitled The Debate on Post-Colonial Theory and the Spectre of Capital, in which the longest piece was Viren Murthy's 41-page book review essay. So what was it about this book, which was itself a commentary on something else, that generated so much controversy? In short, one's positioning depended mainly on whether the reader took as his basic frame of reference subaltern studies per se, or Chibber's framing of the Marxist issues underlying it, or underlying them. So let me start with my own reading of it. Guha's early work, Elementary Aspects of Peasant Insurgency in Colonial India, represented a literal response to the history from below tradition of Eric Hobsbawm and E.P. Thompson by accenting the historical exceptionalism of India, especially in regard to the role of the pre-political people in societal transformation. It is possible, of course, to interpret such an intervention as a bold critique of Marxism's implicit Eurocentrism and the failure of Western Marxism to transcend its myopic rootedness in its own cultural context. or socio-cultural context. Dipesh Chakrabarty's book, Provincializing Europe, is in part an elaborate extension of precisely this argument, beginning with the resistant peasant and culminating in a critique of Europe's universalizing epistemology. However, Guha's emphasis was more on Indian exceptionalism, in fact, all historical exceptionalisms. The peculiar position of the peasant in India is a consequence in large part of India's societal constitution, but more importantly, it brought about a nuanced articulation of what Guha termed dominance without hegemony. The most exceptional aspect of India that made subaltern studies a post-colonial theory in the making was the concrete nature of British colonial rule. And I should really underline here, concrete. The same exceptionalism was at the core of Chatterjee's critique of Benedict Anderson's imagined communities, especially in The Nation and Its Fragments. Subaltern studies was thus a critical project that targeted colonialism not only in practice as a social and historical phenomenon, but in broader terms as a cultural mindset that was both the subject and object of epistemological method. Chatterjee sparred with Western political theory, but always in terms of what he called the rule of colonial difference. The way subaltern studies theorized colonialism, in fact, had little to do with so-called post-colonial theory, especially of the literary kind. What Chibber called post-colonial theory was the attempt by subalternists to attribute their critique to Marx's cultural myopia. His specific rebuttal focused less on India than subaltern studies' misreading of the bourgeois revolution in Europe. In theoretical terms, subaltern studies was thus more importantly a general rejection of the analytical or universal nature of capital, hence the abstract workings of capitalism. By turning subaltern studies critique on its head and ironically calling it Orientalist, Chibber no doubt exaggerated the polemic dualism between the two sides, but I don't think that the polemics was irrelevant at all. In my opinion, it isolated more clearly the root of misplaced logic that has ramifications elsewhere, China as well. First of all, it's no surprise that the book's publisher was Verso, home of New Left Review. The two prominent contributors to the blurb were Slavoj Žižek and Noam Chomsky. I mean, really, what do they know about subaltern studies? Those who rallied to Chibber's defense, interestingly, were addressing issues very different from the subaltern defenders. Who says this book was not a defense of Marxism? Of course it was. The question is, against what? By the way, it wasn't the first time that Marxism felt it necessary to defend its turf against the likes of postmodern theory and the cultural turn. Ajaj Ahmad's In Theory and Arif Derlich's Post-Colonial Aura were more sophisticated rejections of the imaginary quality of post-colonial theory. Epifanio San Juan's critique of Edward Said was an even more blatant defense of Marxism. Many reviewers who sided with Chibber's distaste of post-colonial critique were perhaps more saliently underscoring the virtues of a broader argument about historical sociology, as well as certain fundamental axioms that drove Marxist analysis. Indian exceptionalism and colonialism had little to do with it. At the same time, I argue that the way people read the historical sociology in any specific societal or historical context is a relevant, crucial factor. It is worth noting that the influence of Guha's notion of dominance without hegemony has expanded well beyond India to the US and South America. In the US case, Eva Chernyavsky, in an article in Boundary 2, used it to question whether bourgeois culture hit its historical limit in colonialism, as Guha posed it, or whether there were other ramifications for the subaltern as subject position, viewed as race or gender. Latin American critics such as John Beverly, Florencia Mallan, Alberto Moraes, and Walter Mignolo contributed to a book entitled The Latin American Subaltern Studies Reader. Its founding members were mostly leftists of the 1960s who participated in the Marxist literary group meetings hosted by Frederick Jameson. In these contexts, it was an attempt to transcend the inadequacies of the concept of class in Marxism and race in ethnic studies. Dominance without higher hegemony was juxtaposed alongside the popular democratic project in face of the repressive state in Latin America. Guha noted in his essay in the Latin American Reader that although roots of the subaltern studies project were indelibly linked to the South Asian experience, the relevance of this concrete experience to other places was not based on territoriality, but had links to common experiences of what he called our time, in particular global temporalities. If subaltern studies was antithetical to Marxism, it was only to a certain brand of it. On the other hand, Chibber viewed subaltern studies as a particularist critique against Marxist abstraction that did not grasp the true meaning of labor power as an impersonal and systemic market norm. It was basically a dismissal of historical exceptionism as well as a reaffirmation of certain universalizing arguments about capital and capitalism. So I'll read you a passage from his conclusion that captures his entire thinking. He says, quote, capitalism turns into something quite mysterious in subalternist theorizing, even though the word appears with numbing regularity in their analyses, it is shorn of its central causal properties. Their capitalism, quote unquote, generates a bourgeoisie that bears little or no resemblance to the actual historical actor. It creates power relations that capture only a small subset of actual forms of dominations wielded by capital. It lacks the abiding structural power that we have seen it actually exercise, unquote. So now you know why Chibber's book, as the title claims, is inevitably about the specter of capitalism. I should add that Chibber went to great pains to dissect the various failures of capital and social class in an Indian context that Guha, Chatterjee, and Chakrabarty utilized in their defense of particularism. Especially in their serious dialogue with Marxism, I don't see the workings of capital as a major or necessary aspect of their overall critique. Yet, if you read the various reviews that rallied to Chibber's defense, much of them revolved around capital, class, and the logic of capitalism, reified generally as historical sociology. As Murthy phrased it, the debate between post-colonial theorists and Chibber hinged on two significant questions. Namely, one, how should we think about difference in a global capitalist world, especially with respect to the problem of the universality of the human condition? And two, can one use the concept of capital to ground both ideals, such as the Enlightenment and anti-Enlightenment discourse? Now, my reply to both of these questions is, who cares? In regard to capital's universalizing tendency, there are many passages in Chatterjee and Chakrabarty, to a lesser extent in Guha, where they engage in precisely these terms. And I'll read very quickly several of these passages to show that, yes, they are talking in these terms. Okay, this is from Chatterjee, quote, if there's one great moment that turns the provincial thought of Europe to universal philosophy, the parochial history of Europe to universal history, it is the moment of capital. Capital that is global in its territorial reach and universal in its conceptual domain. It is the narrative of capital that can turn the violence of mercantile trade, war, genocide, conquest, and colonialism into a story of universal progress, development, modernization, and freedom, unquote. Okay, the following is from Chakrabarty. The self-reproduction of capital moves in contradictions which are constantly overcome, but just as constantly posited. Just because, Marx adds, capital gets ideally beyond every limit posed to it by national barriers and prejudices, it does not by any means follow that it has really overcome it, unquote. Okay, and the final is from Guha. Quote, for Marx, the discrepancy between the universalizing tendency of capital as an ideal and the frustration of that tendency in reality was for him a measure of the contradictions of Western bourgeois societies of his time and the differences which gave each of them its specificity, unquote. So it is possible to make a mountain out of these molehills. I'm not in position to ascertain who is more correct about anything. And depending on which reviewer you agree with, one could also say that one side misread the other and vice versa. But why are we obliged to think that there are certain general propositions that must be empirically verified everywhere? Instead of debating abstractions, I think it's more important to begin with the context, which for me is the particular, the society, and ask what are the relevant issues. Moreover, what is the bigger picture here? More important than a priori historical exceptions, I think subaltern studies was pointing to the need to recognize a different societal totality as the basic framework, within which there are also a number of particularistic factors, such as colonialism. The universalizing nature of capital may or may not have been a significant factor in the Indian context. Subaltern studies engage Marxism in those terms, but it is certainly possible to engage in other terms. In my own reading of India, I did not see it as the main framework. There can also be other molehills to problematize or other mountains to climb. Now, in switching back to China, I think we take for granted or do not bother to question certain pre-existing frames of analysis. In comparison to India, I think the theoretical sophistication of socio-historical analysis has been much lower. I already pointed out that the search for the roots of capitalism has long been part of an ongoing civilizational discourse on China, not just for the present. In addition to the projection of neoliberalism focused on the market economy has also disguised assumptions for some people about the inevitability of democracy and the rule of law. I actually do not see the market as the a priori defining constitution or the ground rules for this problem. And if not, where do I start? This is where I stop, and I hand the ball over to Don Nonini. Thank you. Chair. Or Don, you can just proceed.
Okay, I'm going to share screen, and like many, thank you, Alan. Thanks for that really stimulating prelude. I had read Chipper actually, but I didn't join it with quite the enthusiasm I should have in terms of going the to and fro's with the School of Subaltern Studies. But it's a great, important debate, and despite it having many molehills as well as mountains. Thank you, first of all, for this great invitation. My only regret is that it couldn't be in person, and I'm going to do what I suppose we're all, most speakers are going to do, and that is give a few slides, but I was asked to constrain myself originally to about 20 minutes, so if I go over a little bit, it's not a long slideshow. It's provocative, I think. You've got my paper. Apologies for it coming in late, by the way, but it just grew and grew like these things do sometimes. So I will share screen, and I'm just going to give an overview saying what I claim to do and fill in a little bit, including one major error that I'd like to correct that I let pass in my paper. But anyway, let me, I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, right, all right. Oops, let me make sure that we get that fully done correctly, sorry. Okay, so this is for recording, not that I'm too worried about that. Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yes.
Good, good. Let's go ahead and give it a start. Okay. Okay, so I mean, I lay out in my paper my attempt to do three things. One, I want to continue a project I originally started in 2008 to continue to challenged the idea that that China and its party state in particular have organized the economy along neoliberal lines. And I draw on new evidence from the 1980s, particularly Isabella Weber's wonderful new book, among other things. So I just want to put that one, to me, that sort of puts paid, as they say, that really decisively shows just how far the claims of many of my fellow anthropologists, among others, that China, including, has gone neoliberal, whether in Ai Hua-ong's notion of neoliberalism as exception in China, or some of the more thoroughgoing culturally exaggerations, shall we say, that everything has turned neoliberal with selective examples, the work of Hai Ren more recently, for example. So that's the first thing I do. Secondly, and more in passing, and I suppose it's just because I think that it's too easy to dismiss this the CCP party state as predatory. It certainly is predatory, but I think as Dan, I'm sure, will continue to remind us, it also hello. It also is widely viewed as legitimate in China, the PRC itself, and we need to deal with that. And I think one way of dealing with that is to consider it as a post-socialist development state grounded in a kind of economic socialism. Finally, I set out in, this is quite tentative, a set of characteristics of an emergent China corporate oligarchic party state. So you've got my paper, so I just want to deal with a few things. First, what Isabella Weber does in her wonderful new book, How China Escaped Shock Therapy, is to take us through in a non-reductive way, in a way that says, let's pay attention to the autochthonous or indigenous roots of Chinese thinking around statecraft, around the relationship between the state and the market. But let us not be reductive about it in the sense that, of course, these theories of statecraft have been debated, have been modified, assimilated, rejected, and so forth within the modern period and its development, and certainly since the founding of the PRC. But one of the things she points out is this really wonderful treatise called Guanzi, which I'm sure our Taiwanese and Hong Kong audiences are probably well familiar with, in which Prince Huan of Qi pays attention to the explanations of his minister Guanzhong about the relative value of things, of the Qinzhong. So, and here's a quote that's really quite wonderful from the Guanzi, which, you know, the exact time of its writing is subject to question, probably sometime in the Warring States period, but refers to the earlier period of the spring and autumn period, but with the fall of the Western Zhou. So here is from Guo Xi. When things are plentiful, they will be cheap. When they are scarce, they will be expensive. When they are spread about, supply will exceed demand. When they are concentrated, demand will exceed supply. Knowing this to be so, the prince pays attention to his country's surpluses and shortages and manages its wealth and goods. When grain is cheap, he exchanges money for food. He pays attention to the relative value or weight, you could say, of things and manage them in order to maintain price stability. Therefore, the expensive and cheap may be harmonized and the prince reaps his benefits. That's really quite wonderful to think about. So, you know, this is to be set in the context of the distinction between what is heavy, zhong, and what is light, qing. And so Guanzhong points out that grain, salt, and iron are the things that people must have to survive. In a certain sense, that a priori makes them, in a certain sense, heavy, if you will, important, primary. The prince must provide, he advises the Duke of Qi, this prince must provide the people with these goods, given the seasons of plenty and scarcity, given the new predatory classes of merchants then coming into existence, given the new changes in agricultural production, and of course, given natural catastrophes. And so the Guanzi is a really quite interesting text. And one of the things that's quite thoughtful about it, if you wish, is that it actually gives ascribes a price to money or a value to money. When it rises that, he states in the second quote, the Guanzi states that the price of commodities will rise or fall along with the value of money, and it is grain alone that will determine whether they are expensive or cheap. When grain is expensive, all other things are cheap. When grain is cheap, all other things are expensive. So the prince must, in effect, use the relationship between money and the objects money can be used for to purchase, to above all avoid avoid inflation, avoid the scarcity of goods, particularly the important goods, and so forth. And hence, Guanzi concluded, if you will, that state must hold monopolies in these heavy goods of grain, iron, and salt. So what's the relevance here? Well, before I can say that, I want to make a minor clarification. Well, it's not exactly minor. On page 4, I did some rather poor writing and sent it to you because I forgot to mention the salt and iron debates that Weber also writes about in her chapter 1. And these, again, these are, this is the debate, the Yentielun about, heaviness and lightness. So Song, a member of, this is Song Hongyang, the imperial counselor, debates the literati immediately after the death of Emperor Wu Di. Things are unsettled. The new heir has a regent. He's being accused of having violated appropriate behavior. Song is, however, was a member of a successful merchant family, had convinced the emperor who died to follow Guanzi and maintain these salt monopolies in these heavy goods. He was challenged after Wu Di's death by the literati, who held that these monopolies violated fundamental principles of Li, of good order, and as set out in the rituals of the Western Zhou. To the literati, the markets and commerce were dangerous degenerations that rulers must avoid participating in directly, of course. And this, of course, was directly opposed to Guanzi, as opposed to Song Hongyang's monopoly that he successfully advised Wu Di to initiate. Well, what is all this? Why is all this relevant? Well, let's see. Well, it's relevant, and this is the wonderful thing about Weber's analysis, is that it points out that without in any way saying that this is all about a timeless tradition, again, of textual, interpretation, but rather heaviness, heavy versus lightness is something that becomes, if you will, baked into the dual pricing system that the CCP initiates in the late 1970s formally, and then Zhao Ziyang decides to end something called the dual pricing system by following the neoliberal shock therapy advised him by Milton Friedman and his young team of neoliberal economists, that is to say, trained in neoliberalism, so properly speaking, neoliberal. And the dual pricing system, let me just go back and say, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, says that the state needs to control goods that are heavy, goods that are important, goods that are people's livelihood are based on, but goods that are qing, goods that are not essential to their livelihoods can be allowed to be priced. The dual pricing system, therefore, reserves off a certain realm of commodities from, if you will, the freedom of the market. And this is precisely what Zhao Ziyang violates in the August 1988 meeting of the Politburo, and where he pushes through the abolition of the dual price system. Some commentators argue that this is Deng Xiaoping behind this. That's another issue. The upshot, however, is clear from Weber's analysis and what the economists and observers she refers to. This elimination of the dual price system contributed to widespread inflation. In fact, the first major episode of inflation in China since the 1940s, to a shortage of goods and to widespread misery among the population. It undoubtedly provoked the Tiananmen protests in part and led to the fall of Zhao in 1989. What is equally significant is that a few months after the Politburo's decision to abolish the dual pricing system, the government, having lost its legitimacy with this enormous increase in the rate of essential commodities, even grain, rolls back the program, calls for a decentralization of power, and above all, reintroduces price controls over important commodities, or the zhong commodities, and imposes a strict retrenchment policy to gain control. In fact, it sets prices, again, for 383 critical commodities and implements measures to increase their production and distribution. And within a year, runaway inflation has essentially dropped. So the nice way of you can have to be cautious, but I say score one for Guanzhen and 0 for Milton Friedman here. So that's, to me, that adds to the whole, let me just go back a bit. That all adds to the whole critique that many of us have been mounting for a long time, that there's it's simply ethnocentric to talk about neoliberalization in China, either before 1978 or, for that matter, afterward. If this is as close as China gets to being officially neoliberal in any strict sense of the term, I say, as I said, score 1 for Guanzhen and 0 for Milton Friedman, because that's really it's quite obvious that that was a key lesson going forward. Now, I go through much of my paper also, or part of the paper, just mentioning, and I'm going to draw down soon for questions, that the post-socialist development trajectory of China is one that came out of deliberate CCP assessment of the fall of the Soviet Union and of the East European socialist republics in the late 1980s and early 1990s. As they say, they took notes, they took good notes, and they decided that wasn't the way that they were going to proceed. To do that, in that whole episode of observation, coming out of this episode in mid-1988, it's quite clear and decisively clear that China, the PRC state at least, sees its legitimacy as, among other things, certainly important to stabilize the price of commodities, make sure that at times of catastrophe, that people have access to the goods they need. And it's, this is something that's completely at odds with neoliberal prescription. So the rest of it, I'm just going to, I'm not going to go through all of these because they're laid out in the rest of the paper, but I suggest there are 6 key features of the China corporate oligarchic state we can talk about, except I'd like to go to the 6th, which I really didn't have the opportunity to say much about in the interest of time. And that's the deployment of digitalization processes that allow the party state to aggregate and analyze massive amounts of data about the Chinese population as a means of ensuring social control, commercial expansion, and geopolitical security. And I just want to lay a couple of pieces of evidence to you from this wonderful paper, which I realized that one of my fellow panelists, Professor Lin, has also mentioned, called "Constructing a Data-Driven Society." But just place this as before you as a kind of sense of the huge extent to which the accumulation of enormous data sets about the Chinese citizenry is taking place. And so if we do that, let's look at the comparison table of China's public and private social credit platforms, just to give you an idea from Liang and his co-authors of the sheer size of these platforms that are now implementing this, that are being brought into a more centralized, sharing of data about Chinese as consumers, as criminals, if you will, if they have a criminal record, as showing, their behavior around social media, and so many in a huge area, a huge range rather of areas of their lives. So if we see these official platforms holding data about 900 million individuals and firms, we find, the National Credit Information Sharing Platform with 10.7 billion data points. We have this enormous list of the size of these firms that have separate platforms that collect data of all kinds. Of course, social credit and economic credit or financial credit are linked, but of course, this is much more ambitious. And then my final piece, just to go back to what I wrote at the end of my paper about this, is this organizational and process chart of China's social credit system, which shows the ways in which the various stages of data collection, aggregation, and analysis are being used from all these areas of life. If you start at the left, look at this, whether people's payments, their tax payments, their banking activity, the loans they take out, the businesses they engage in, the personal informations, the crime records. I said criminal past or criminal histories, the travel they do, their use of social media. These are now being combined together and analyzed through data aggregation of massive data sets by these different official platforms which are being shared between the state, the party state, if you will, both the provincial platforms and the national ones, and these internet companies around these different kinds of credit, government affairs credit, if you wish, judicial credit, social credit, and commercial credit, out of these algorithms come rewards and punishments. Now, I ended my paper, and I'm going to stop, and I appreciate all the time you've allowed me to take, but I'm going to, I'm just going to point out in conclusion that I teased the reader at the end of my paper by saying that there have been a series of measures undertaken over the last 2 or 3 years against some of China's big capitalists, right? Private ones with huge ownership of private, ones you could call private firms, if you wish. Alibaba, Jack Ma, Tencent, Didi Chuxing, and several others. And I asked, well, I just leave the question, well, what's the uproar about? And I think what the uproar is about is that this massive collection of data for use of for use about Chinese citizens for commercial reasons, for social order reasons, for geopolitical reasons, requires a kind of territorialization that in which Xi Jinping requires, for example, that that these internet platform companies are ones that use platforms not have IPOs in the U.S., so that U.S. owners, including the U.S. government itself, no doubt, doesn't have access to this data. On one hand, this is economic nationalist. On the other, it's geostrategic. On the other, it's a way of monitoring and surveilling the Chinese population in new ways, and it's one that we need to talk about seriously. And I think it's very much since the coming in to power of Xi Jinping in 2012, it's been a major feature of his, if you will, his governance innovations. And I think we need to discuss it. And so I'm going to leave it there. Thank you so much, Alan. And I hope I haven't abused the time too much.
Dan?
Yeah, hi.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, great, thanks. I gotta share a screen here, 1 second. Close that. I just have my paper, basically. All right, let me. Okay, let's see if I can enlarge that a little bit. Yeah, so thank you very much, Alan, for organizing this and for keeping it going for so long. And I'm glad we can at least get together and do this. And it's a real pleasure to hear Alan's and Don's paper already. And I'm looking forward to the rest of this. So I uploaded the last chapter of this book, which, as Alan noted, used to be fresh. And then so many other things have happened. Although I think it still resonates with, certainly with our topic today and with other things. So yeah, here we go. I will kind of just talk about this last chapter, which kind of summarizes and concludes the book. So therefore, I'm kind of going to give a broad outline of what I'm doing in this particular project. Right, let me start my timer. I will definitely try to keep this to 20 minutes, and feel free to interrupt me, tell me to speed up or finish, okay? So obviously it's called Illiberal China, and if I have one regret with the book, or a main one or something like that, it's just simply that I should have put a question mark at the end of that main title, because I'm not quite trying to say that it is illiberal, or that it's, and I'm not trying to necessarily valorize that, right? But to kind of try to essay this, take a somewhat, I guess, dialectical approach to this question of Chinese liberalism or illiberalism. Okay, so what I'm not trying to do is to put the PRC into a kind of chain of equivalence, like with other avowedly illiberal states, like Orban's Hungary, Turkey briefly did this too, maybe still is. Yeah, so, in fact, what I'm trying to do is dispute this kind of binary between, well, there's authoritarian illiberal states on the one hand and then liberal free ones on the other, right? So I, at the same time, don't want to say that therefore the PRC represents a kind of victory, and the PRC has slayed the dragon of liberalism. Okay, what I'm trying to do in this book is to look at contemporary mainland China as a kind of challenge to political thought and understanding, really on all of us. In other words, what many of us are really trying to do and to come to terms with. So I'm just kind of joining that party or fray, so to speak, right? At the same time, I'm interested in setting this up as a kind of implicit comparison, although I also talk about a bit explicitly, with these kind of transformations of liberalism, particularly since the 1970s, which likewise has whole large literature on it at this point, from David Harvey onwards, people earlier than him too, already kind of diagnosing this. And one of my favorite kind of political economy or economic historian people recently is Mark Blyth, who's also written on this around, Trumpism and the end of austerity and things like that. So yeah, trying to look at these kind of transformation and degradation of liberalism as well over the past few decades, whether we call that neo or something else, okay, and how that fits or doesn't fit contemporary China. And actually, I believe I agree with Don for sure. In particular, I think Alan, what you're saying as well, which is that neoliberal is a kind of problematic term, I think, to apply to China, right? Which isn't to say that it's not kind of capitalistic and obviously uses the market and so on, right? But to kind of call into question that, right? So yeah, I don't need to say this, but another pretext of the book, if you will, of course, is also that these changes in China, not just since the 80s, but really over the last decade or so, itself really kind of calls forth a need to, I think, not just understand it, but to understand politics globally and the state of the political and the fates of liberalism as much as socialism and so on and so forth, right? So yeah, okay. I'll skip ahead in some of this stuff here too. I've deleted this question of, because I just won't have much time for it, that I throw out a little bit in the end of this, and I will get back to a little bit, but the question of what is Chinese socialism, right? I mean, what I've been struck by, especially recently, in other words, since I wrote this book, is the prevalence of that term within China, right? And that, on the one hand, I'm always bothered by kind of too easy knee-jerk dismissals of that. I mean, socialism is a word, right? It doesn't have a natural meaning. And I'm even myself not one inclined to call it necessarily socialist, what the Chinese system or model is. But that's clearly one major way it's understood within that. And I think that's something that we need to wrestle with. It's both a kind of empirical question economically, right? But also a kind of conceptual one, right? So anyway, perhaps a little bit more on that later, okay? So for the question of illiberal or not, my general take is that in some sense, China is illiberal, but what we need to do is really reinterpret this or kind of reorient what that I word really means, okay? So in the first part of the book, I do a little kind of Raymond Williams-esque kind of keyword analysis of it. And you can look at it as essentially, if you look at his keywords, his entry and analysis of liberalism, illiberalism, comes up as essentially just an insult and pejorative, right? And it's used by the bourgeoisie or quote unquote liberal classes to refer to either the ancient regime or the kind of vulgar people, right? So it's basically a term that originally in English comes up as part of this kind of familiar story of the rise of the liberalism and the bourgeoisie and so on and so forth, right? So illiberal really is just an insult, essentially, okay? And interestingly, and that's how it's used now, but to me, it also raised a question of, well, how really it means anti-liberal, and this is also what China is, right? For several reasons, many reasons, okay? And I get into that in the book, and I'll talk about it in a minute here. But the other point I want to say is it's not an either or. I mean, China is also, as I think we know, intimately kind of bound up with liberalism as something it's contended with. It's something that it's romance, so to speak, May 4th era and so on and so forth, over 100 years ago. And it's very different now, but that has really been part of China's story now. And where I would say it's still kind of beholden to liberalism as a discourse, as a kind of dominant force and discourse of modernity and colonialism, imperialism, and so on, is really at the realm of the economic, right? So there's what I call economism in this book, which I take to be essentially just a kind of central conceit or construct within liberalism or liberal economics, which is that you rely on and deploy market forces, the profit motive, commodity production, and so on, right? To not just grow the economy, as they put it this way, but in a way to kind of resolve contradictions. It's like the original vision of a kind of harmonious society, so to speak, right? And that it will depoliticize society and politics, kind of smooth over social antagonisms and contradictions, right? In other words, it's to subject society to the market, this is the right word for it exactly, in the hopes that a kind of rising tide of income and money and growth will lift all boats, right? And that growth, money, consumption, long working hours, or discipline serve as a kind of magical elixir, or what Friedrich von Hayek calls the kind of spontaneous order of the market system, or a catalepsy in his language, right? And it also, I think, resonates in the Chinese context with probably this older statecraft logic in some ways, which it would differ from, okay, it's well prior to liberalism and modernity. But also, to me, it really brings to mind, essentially, as I think you could see in Isabella Weber's book that Don also referenced, Deng Xiaoping, or at least the kind of debates in the 80s within China to not just turn to the market and do this kind of strictly neoliberal financing or lack of financing, so to speak, or planning, but with the kind of earlier version of Marxism too, right? Which I always hesitate to use the word Stalinist, but essentially a kind of Soviet Stalinistic, perhaps, version of Marxism, which will just privilege those kind of forces of production and development and so on, as opposed to the more Maoist kind of dialectical take on Marxism, which would emphasize, the kind of relations of production and society, politics, culture, so on, right? So I think that this kind of connection to economism or liberalism, again, it's kind of synonymous for me, also has a kind of powerful history within 20th century China, 21st century China. And in some ways, to look ahead maybe to later discussions, I think what's happening now is that there is a kind of belated but kind of awareness of the limits and costs of this. And so they're trying to kind of correct for it, right? With this common prosperity idea, and so on and so forth. There's always been this tension within the statecraft and kind of economic vision or management of the economy between these two poles, right? Okay. I'll skip the kind of genealogy on this here too. But so, in other words, illiberal China, I'm still arguing that China is intimately bound up with liberalism in a number of ways, really, as part of also its own political heritage, but also in relation to the economy. I do find that it hasn't actually broken with that, and that it shares too much with this kind of economism, right? So for China's anti-liberalism, this is a huge topic that I don't try to exhaust in this. So there's many dimensions of this and many reasons or kind of planks within its anti-liberalism. It's interesting. So when you look at, translated some time ago, the kind of document 9 earlier on in the Xi Jinping era and ascension, where not he specifically, but intellect, it was a kind of, no doubt, purposely leaked kind of document, which name checks or calls out neoliberalism, Western universalism, and all these kinds of things, which need to be kind of confronted and guarded against, right? So even now in the kind of highly market-driven, or let's capitalistic, for lack of a better word, nature of the PRC, you still have this kind of antagonism and awareness of liberalism as a kind of conceptual, philosophical, and political force, right? That it's in some kind of struggle with, right? Which is always interesting to me, right? So it's a different kind of anti-liberalism than like an American liberalism of Trump, which is just, as I probably don't need to really say, but kind of anti-immigrant, kind of over-the-top racist and sexist and xenophobic and all these kind of ugly things that have happened in the US and to an extent in the UK and many other places in the world as well, right? I don't take this anti-liberalism to be nearly the same thing. And that in itself to me is an interesting kind of comparison of the two politics or the two places. So another thing that I'm trying to do in the book, I won't exhaust this here. Obviously I have about 8-9 minutes left. I look at protest movements in China and in Hong Kong, not the 2019, obviously, but the 2014 Occupy movement, which also Liu Shiding, or one of our panelists, has written on really interestingly as well, the earlier Occupy as well in Hong Kong. And a kind of eruption, really a kind of siege, I don't want to say uprising in Wuhan before that, which is a small town / village up in Guangdong, inside to the west of Lufeng, and former agricultural, I think mostly fishing, but agricultural village and production place. And anyway, it was a struggle over land seizures and corruption there, right? And that happened first. It was quite huge, if anybody remembers it. And then the Hong Kong thing happened later, and then the more recent Hong Kong thing, right? So I'm trying to look at these two protest movements as themselves interesting examples to see how liberalism is challenged, or an anti-liberalism, so-called illiberalism, plays out in the case of Wuhan, right? So the Wuhan example seems to show this most clearly as a kind of direct example, because the protesters specifically were aware of a kind of liberal narrative about the PRC. I don't think they're reading document 9, but the point is that they're really, of course, media savvy and already aware of this. And they're playing off the foreign media, meaning mostly Hong Kong media, as well as the national media, by deliberately saying, whether just strategically or sincerely, that they're not anti-Beijing, they're not anti-party. They want them to come and fix it because there's this local corruption, right? So anyway, long story short, this tactic, among others, actually works, right? So it tells us something about the state in China, which I think many of us have remarked on and know already, which is, sure, it can be authoritarian and repressive, and it is in many cases, which is also what most, if not actual all states are. But it will also respond, right? So there is a kind of recall or response dynamic of democracy, or so-called procedural democracy, at work there sometimes. And in the case of Wuhan, there was. So there was new elections where they brought in some of the protesters as leaders, and so on, right? Now, in the end, it doesn't work, because the larger problem is this kind of embedded liberalism or economism within the party state that it's still got to contend with. It still has to contend with this problem of the countryside and how they're doing urbanization, right? So not all the land can be returned. There's still very big grievances. There's still not a more sustainable environmentally and economic or livelihood-wise mode of economy in that countryside, right? So that's the kind of limits that it runs up into, okay? The Hong Kong situation in 2014 as well as 2019 is to serve as a way of contrast, which, and I don't mean this in a pejorative way, although I've been critical of certain aspects of all of these protests, which is that it's kind of essentially liberal, or it, in a profound way, actually, a kind of liberal, democratic, procedural notion of democracy that people are arguing for, so on and so forth. But the problem is, in a nutshell, if I can put it that way, this is impossible, because essentially, it's not about the value of one idea or another. It's a question of power and politics and who's involved. And it's not really a mass movement in the case of Hong Kong, actually, the kind of liberal procedural demands. It's really about something else, okay? So it kind of reaches its limits of, liberalism reaches its limits of effectivity or power in achieving something in this historical kind of political conjuncture, okay? Now, right, a few minutes left. Let me jump to the last part of this. I want to at least speak to it a little bit. A thing I bring up here in the final chapter as well is what's the potential progressive content of this illiberalism, aka anti-liberalism within China and the rest of the world. There's two things. One is, I think as you will have noticed, that before there was the common prosperity talk recently, there was a great deal of talk, and has been, around livelihood, right? Livelihood, essentially, living conditions, livelihood, right? So you can see this is not a traditional Western socialist term or concept. Of course, it really owes far more to Sun Yat-sen than Mao Zedong or anybody else in the kind of pantheon, right? But I think it is a kind of economic socialism or socialistic thinking, which, despite the huge inequalities in China, right, which would seem to completely rubbish the idea of socialism, which traditionally is a kind of discourse of equality, and that equality understood as, for me, at least something more like what Mao or maybe Marx would talk about, right? That's not what's going on here, but I think that you can see it nonetheless as being understood as socialist or socialistic or whatever the word might be, common prosperity, right? Xiaokang socialism. I don't know if the China dream was quite this. I don't think people talking about that quite as much, but that was another kind of propaganda term, right? You see Xi Jinping thought, or Xi Jinping livelihood thought all the time now too, right? So to me, this is kind of interesting because on the one hand, this is part of that kind of liberal economism that seeks to kind of depoliticize society by kind of soothing over, smoothing out, flattening all the kind of social contradictions and antagonisms, class politics, power, interest group conflict, etc., through that, right? On the other hand, though, right, I see this as legit, right? When there is a need for livelihood, it's different than a kind of straight up neoliberal greed kind of argument, right? It kind of sidesteps this issue of class differences, obviously, but it at another level kind of resonates, I think, and speaks to it, right? So yeah, there's something, I think, I don't know what to make of it. I'm not trying to say this is a China model that will be exported or something like that, but there is something, I think, redeemable and meaningful to this that offers an insight into what the nature of politics are. Again, like some of the traditional, very old notions of statecraft, I suppose, that Don's talking about as well, right? So it's not that there's this 1,000+ year continuity, but that these older forms and questions still resonate today. All right, there's my timer, as you can hear it in the background. So let me kind of wrap this up quickly, Okay. Yeah, this is partly playing out in Hong Kong now, right? After 2019 and the kind of eruptions here, right? If you're following this, and you might well, from Taiwan or from elsewhere, perhaps such as Hong Kong, right? There, even during the protests that started happening, but now even more, all kinds of plans or visions for dealing with the housing crises and inequalities in Hong Kong. Again, it's a kind of familiar economism, still this kind of commitment to a kind of liberal notion of economy, if I can call it that, of through growth, only now it'll be Greater Bay Area or just other things in Shenzhen and so on, right? But also a lot of stuff on housing, okay? This keeps happening. They've done other things about importing more doctors, for example, which there's also a health crisis and this kind of stuff, right? So the point being that, let's call this, for my purposes at least here, a kind of push for livelihood and development, which I think is only happening because of those protests in a way, right? And only happening because of the form that that protest took eventually with certain elite pan-democrats and other people kind of bringing the United States into the equation and kind of forcing the direct, now much more direct intervention of Beijing and the mainland within Hong Kong's governance, right? I mean, this is the second handover, as it's being called sometimes here, okay? So yeah, I mean, that's the kind of fruit of that protest. I'm not sure that's an irony or just simply a good thing or a paradox or whatever. That's to maybe be parsed out later, okay? But I think that's happening here. Now, the question is, will this work, right? Of course, it's something that's going to take a long time, right, to really pan out, okay? But it is interesting, it will be interesting to see this play out here and perhaps in China now, this common prosperity, if this can be pulled off or sustained, right? This, to me, is the challenge of the ideological challenge in the title of my book here, of this rise of China and its kind of mode of governments and way of being, right? There's many such little challenges too, but I think overall, it's a kind of bet or challenge or game almost, if I could put it that way, about whether this developmentalism, whether a kind of politics, which is kind of depoliticizing, but a kind of politics of livelihood can displace or overtake, pick a word, our received notions of politics that come out of individual liberties and rights, democracy understood as basically procedural democracy or voting, so on and so forth. Right? So there's still a kind of tension here because the livelihood thing doesn't have room for much participation other than through protests that might be sanctioned eventually. There's risk, right? Whatever consultation means in this Hong Kong and Chinese context, which isn't much, right? So it's not really voting that's going to be meaningful, right? Or even the streets dictating policy or something like that. I mean, for better or worse, I don't think that's how politics work now, right? And what you have is essentially this kind of livelihood or developmental state that hopefully maybe you can intervene in. I don't really know, right? So again, I'm not really trying to endorse this, but I'm just trying to figure it out and work through it, okay? And I have a final note here on statism, which I'll just leave aside, basically. But the other thing within this, of course, is that there's a commitment to the state or so-called statism within all of this livelihoodism that I think is also important, and that our kind of neoliberalisms have really kind of left behind. So I think that whether it's the case of China or anything, you could look at certain inklings of hope maybe in the United States with Bernie Sanders and things like that, and the new squad, as they call it in the Congress, that will be looking for a more active role of the state and this pushback against neoliberalism or austerity or whatever you want to call it. Because I do think that those things are done now. I don't think that that's going to come back, right? It might get worse, might get better, but I think that those days are over. And so that's it. We'll see what happens. Yeah. So thank you. I hope I didn't go over too long with this. Right. Thanks. I will stop the share. Yeah, on that. Great. Thank you.
Okay, Derek, where are you? Anyway, I think we have a lot to digest here. I suggest we just take a break for 5, not more than 10 minutes, maybe to go to the toilet, catch a drink, come back, and then Derek will chair the Q&A session.
Hello, Alan.
Great. Thanks.
Hello.
Hello, yes.
Yes, I am here.
Oh, okay, is that okay?
Yes, it is fine. Yes.
Yeah.
As you said, we will take a 5-minute break.
Okay, all right. Wow, big audience. 2 of you. Don't go away. Okay. Anything else you wanted to mention, Derek, before we take a break?
Well, I would direct people to the bathroom, but since everyone is in their own spaces, they find the bathroom where you know where they are. And we will see you in 5 minutes. And
Okay.
we'll
All
have
right.
the Q&A at that time.
Right. Yeah.
So although 5 minutes has actually passed in time, since it's now 10:20, I'm proposing that we start at 10:30.
10:30 is great. Thank you. 2 minutes more.
Q&A discussion.
Since I suggest this format, let me just sort of
I'm here.
yeah, okay. So let me just sort
of.
of state my position for the rest of the people who rest of the audience who might be unclear. There are no discussions for this session, but I thought maybe to kick off the Q&A, maybe we should ask each of the speakers if they wanted to respond to either restate something that they didn't present, or just respond to the other papers. And the reason is that I expect that we're going to get specific questions from the audience for specific papers, but I thought that it's important to sort of think of the papers as relating to something that have common talking points. And my understanding of the three is that yes, we're looking at something very big, but again from 3 different positions and maybe from 3 different kinds of terms, and so so I personally don't have any questions or comments about the other 2 papers, but I maybe we should ask either Dan or Don if they have anything to sort of say to kick things off, and then before we sort of open it up to Q&A.
Don, do you want to go first, or I can? Go ahead.
Oh, I can.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, as Dan knows, and probably Alan as well, I've done a major review. Well, it's a review of Dan's book in Critical Asian Studies, and I'll see if I can get the URL link in a moment. And so he and I are in actually a kind of a longer conversation, I think. And I'd like to come back to some of the things I actually brought up at the end of my review, which I admitted weren't criticisms. They were sort of questions to be answered and or discussed, and eventually some resolution in your next book, Dan. And so I guess I'll just take the opportunity to, you know what those were. They had to do with the one thing, the whole question of where does the PRC, particularly since Xi Jinping's rise to power, stand on the big data, what I called, this data surveillance, massive data surveillance. It's being done in the US, it's being done in the EU. It's one of the things that I and my fellow colleagues, particularly Bruce Kapferer of University of London, have thought maybe a way of thinking about a convergence. Now, I realize as a cultural, you're in cultural studies, so you may not appreciate that, that particular perspective, but I wanted to see what your thinking has been about that subsequently. And I guess also secondly, on the ecological crises that I thought you really laid out well in terms of the urbanization, what's going on with urbanization, particularly the whole, what became this pattern, I think, of much more repressive pattern around what we would call rural gentrification, the destruction of, the appropriation of land by the cadre developers. So those two questions. So we'll just continue this, I think, hopefully in future iterations as well. Thanks.
Wow, thank you. Yeah, those are great questions. And thank you, Don, for that review, by the way, which is actually better than the book, I think, in some ways. I mean, I think because it lays it out nicely for that. And I really appreciated the review at the time and still do. And these questions. So yeah, interesting, maybe to begin though, I mean, I guess you could tell in my presentation, your presentation today and your paper, I think, is really very interesting because I think that it's unavoidable to engage some of these older traditions and texts and ways of seeing the economy, and that from outside China, which I sort of am still, even in Hong Kong, right? Or just not being of that milieu or what have you. We tend to ignore, right? That doesn't come up. And it's clearly even though you're talking about vast amounts of history and change and modernity and all these things that have happened, there is still, I want to say continuity or tradition, or what do I want to put it, there, right? And that it's seen as such, right? So, for friends and colleagues I have up there, there's no contradiction in talking about stuff like, Confucian liberalism or Confucian socialism or whatever the terms might be, right? And there can be a lot of snarky responses to that from media or kind of Western commentary sometimes that doesn't take that, I think, seriously enough, because that's, anyway, that's a kind of separate problem, right? What I liked, you said early on, I think, in that too, like post-socialist developmental state, in some ways, like an economic kind of socialism. And I think that that's really interesting for us to kind of mine and explore, right? And to think about on that, right? Because I think that more accurately frames things. I know I've spent a lot of time in my own life probably thinking about, like, well, socialism versus capitalism, or this is the state, or it's state capitalist, or it was state socialist, or this and that, and like these kind of questions, and those are less interesting to me now in some ways than thinking about states in general as developmental or not, and developmental in which way or not, right? Like, it's a just slightly, but I think important difference within that. It's not to say that, is China now developmental? And what does that really mean? I mean, in some ways, clearly, yes. In other ways, like the countryside, it's failing, right? Or it's just huge obstacles and things for it to deal with, right? And that kind of stuff. So I think, like, to maybe the latter one, the ecological crises that are looming. I mean, as you know too, I'm sure that there's a lot of rhetoric and attention spent on this. And I don't think it's just merely rhetoric, right? There are real there's a real turn to trying to use solar, right? There's other things just on energy, like I know Sherding posted a thing, I haven't had a chance to read it, on the electricity failures, etc. So my understanding is that now the state is going to back off subsidizing at least some electricity for some people, so that it'll be done at cost. People have to pay for it more, in an effort to try to curb it, you know, that kind of thing. They're making pledges about no coal, right, in China, or exporting it, building that. At the same time, it's importing coal and using lots of coal, right? It's just really intractable problems, but I don't think it's a matter of hypocrisy or fake. I think they're just these huge problems. Can they? Yeah, it's something I should look at even more and research on that, but I don't know what the balance is now, like how well that is. There's at least a recognition of ecological crisis. I think there must be a recognition of how this hyper intensive export economy and development and so much construction, all this kind of stuff, is reaching its limits, right? The airpocalypse, as it was called, I think was a really huge thing within China. Like, that's something you cannot explain away, right? So I think that, I hope it's not too late, put it that way. And yeah, so hopefully that will be addressed more and more, but, and it has to be global, right? And it has to involve the state, right? So the kind of anti-statism within so much political thinking, that exists for a variety of reasons, but some good, some bad. But when you come up with something like this, the ecological crisis, you need more state, right? You need more management, you need more planning, you need more involvement, you need expansion of the state into certain areas, not retraction. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Would Professor Adnan like to respond to that, or do either of you, Tony and Vukovic, have comments on Alan's paper?
I'm sorry, I missed part of that. Having
Oh,
trouble.
I was asking. Hello? I was asking whether, President O'Neill, whether you wanted to respond to Vukovic, or whether either of you had comments as well on Alan's earlier paper this morning as well.
Oh, I have something maybe for Alan. I remember this. Like, so at the end of your presentation, Alan, you were talking about the market and how maybe this is not the thing to hang our hat on, so to speak, analytically. Is it to understand neoliberalism or the Chinese political economy? Is there more you want to speak to on that? Because I think that's interesting that we ask this notion of the market or free market to do so much work. Maybe that's not the issue.
I just used the controversy over Chibra's book partly to question the universalizing tendency of capital, and whether that should be a kind of question that extends anywhere. Okay, so that's one general question. But I think the other side of it is that the reason why I tend to side more with the subaltern studies people is that, for me, it's really about defining the context and what's relevant in the context. I mean, we've all read Marx and all these grand theories, so on and so forth. I mean, but I think what I've begun to appreciate more, since we're dealing with specific societies, is not so much the analytical merits of any kind of argument, but whether anything is relevant to the societies that we're talking about. So for me, generally speaking, what subaltern studies is really telling us is that India is a different societal totality. That's the frame. Okay, so how do you understand that frame is really the next question. Do we have a language for talking about that frame? That's what I'm interested in when I'm talking about geopolitics. So for me, it's also defining a different set of language for talking about these particulars, these kinds of issues. And again, yeah, I mean, we could add on different kinds of Marxist analysis. I mean, if you look at sort of empire, I mean, the capital thing didn't really appear as part of the revenge of Marxism. So to me, it's not a universe. It is a valid argument about something, but it has to be sort of, I mean, what we're talking, what has to be sort of explicated is its relevance to any particular context. I don't assume that it's applicable to China unless we see so. I think what I saw in Don's paper, which I thought was quite interesting, was looking at really the state and the party as the source of all these sort of debates and discourses. That's what's framing the market rather than the other way around. It's not so much that the market economy is going to lead to something else, which has political ramifications, but we have to start with the politics somehow. It could be the state, it could be the party, it could be both, right? So in that regard, I think I sort of wanted to add to sort of Don's more general approach about the corporate state by saying it's not so unfamiliar to people in this center, because early last year I invited the four of them from Bergen, okay, to Taiwan, and we did have a conference on egalitarianism. So Marina Gold presented a paper on the corporate state in in her work in Switzerland. So maybe if I had a question for Don, I'd probably say, well, since he did mention these ideas that came from Bruce Kapfer, how he sort of understands the relevance of those ideas for China.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Alan. That's great. And I actually did listen to most of the what was on YouTube from that conference in Taiwan. Yeah, Taiwan. So thanks. It actually paid off when you record something. People actually do listen, which is a problem as well as a solution to a problem. But anyway, to your question, yeah, I think that what is really important is here is that corporations within anthropology in particular have a different pedigree, and that's my discipline, anthropology, as is Alan's, have a different pedigree intellectually than do corporations as they come through Burrell and Means' discussion of the managerial revolution, or business school texts, or the history of business, if you will. And by that I mean that anthropologists have long talked about, written, but not much lately, about corporate kinship groups. And here the oligarchic dimensions of lineages, for example, which are hardly absent, by the way, from Chinese pre-modern history. They're rife with lineage control, a patrilineal control over a certain market town in rural China in the 18th century. I mean, that's well known. So so the idea of the corporation is not taken from the handbook of if you will, of the business school operations research and view of the corporation, whatever that might be, but rather that corporations are being formed all the time in this broader sense. And so it's not quite the same as an institution, but it has that broader meaning. That's important because it allows me, on one hand, it allows us, I think, if I could align myself with Bruce Kapferer's work and Marina's, to speak of corporate groups in which include oligarchic structures, very much, dynasties, subordinate, superior lineages, and that sort of thing. To call on that analytic in thinking through something like the corporate state. I don't think there is a single template, right? I do think that if you look at it that way, then we can put together, and as I go along, I'm looking at the chat as well, and Ned Rossiter's question. So maybe it'll help address some of that, which is that in Europe, especially in the United States, there is corporate enterprise capture of the state. I mean, it's outright capture. Any ministry, what you would think of as a ministry, it's a department in the U.S. Any ministry or department of the U.S., if you look at the highest levels of its bureaucratic elite, there are people that have, as they say, experience from the industry. And so there's that kind of capture. It's the capture by the capitalist corporation of the state ministry or department. Now, that's not what occurs in China, and it's marked that it's not marked that it doesn't occur. It's very strongly, in a certain sense, it's the corporate capture in a way by the of the party as a corporation of the private enterprise corporations through their the party's developmental and predatory tendencies, which are combined. And so that's why I think the idea, at first I thought, when I began thinking about this paper, I said, oh, I may have really, I'm not sure I can go anywhere with it because it's the private enterprise capture of the state. And I said, no, I don't think that's quite what's going on. Let's take another look at China. And it became clearer and clearer to me that we're talking about the corporation as has kinship and social dimensions, as well as, of course, political dimensions and economic dimensions. But although I find some of Bruce's language, like the economic is succeeding the political, a little bit difficult to deal with, I think that the economism, which Dan allies with liberalism, is certainly very much part of the kind of the vernacular glue that connects the party state to private enterprise. And sometimes that takes a very interesting form on the ground, as I think Alan may want to contest this, of Guanxi and the way it's being practiced and elaborated in specific contexts. So anyway, I don't know if that helps, but I think nudging away from the idea of the corporation as something that only the private capitalist institution called the corporation monopolizes. I think that's important.
Derek, I noticed that Liu Shiding and Ned Rossiter already added some comments in the chat room. Can we just ask them to actually ask these questions to start off the Q&A? Yeah.
I could either read the questions, or I don't know if they have a way to invite them to ask themselves.
Yes, invite them.
Maybe I'll invite Professor Liu Shiding first to maybe elaborate on his question earlier about power supply, which I think we already began to discuss.
Hi.
would the three speakers like to respond to those comments?
I'll give it a go. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Leo. Really great to meet you, and I hope we have more encounters. I think this point illustrates precisely what this new, some of the points that came up in my talk, not original. I mentioned Weber's new book called How China Avoided Shock Therapy. And so I think this is really, really interesting, as you say, the fact that there are two, at least two factions in struggle over this question. And one, as you call the powerhouse, I'm sure you could refer it more broadly as the energy house, in one sense, versus the powerhouse of the state as a legitimacy requiring enterprise. And this is, let me contrast this just to give you a sense of difference with what happened in the state of Texas a year ago in the very cold winter, when the power, there was an enormous storm and power went out in the state of Texas, which is one of the largest states in the US, with 25 million to 30 million people, of whom millions lost power. And the state governor, equivalent of the provincial governor, said, this is the way the market works. It's just too bad. You didn't prepare, you had your freedom of choice, right? You were able to choose which private power supplier you actually wish to have. And therefore, if you picked wrongly, you're suffering the consequences. The market works its wonders and you're just the losers, right? And that was a very overt statement. And so if we go back to, what you said about thinking about capital and its connection to the state in new and complex ways, I think this is the kind of thing we've got to look at, these comparative incidents, why it is that large, for reasons that I find difficult to understand, why large numbers of people living in Texas will probably vote for that governor and his party the next time the election comes up, is an interesting paradox. But I think this whole debate, that I discussed in my paper, that between the light and the heavy, and the ways in which, the Chinese, one part of the Chinese state sets the electrical rate so that the power does not go out in their homes, even if that sets, even if that policy or practice sets against the energy house, as you called it. That's really, really interesting. And it shows the fact that there is this internal struggle, to me, shows, I don't want to use an old term but I'm going to, the strength of the legitimacy and the flexibility of the CCP party state. And I'll leave it at that. I'm sure I could say a little bit more if it were 11 a.m. Over here than 11 p.m., but I'll do my best. Thanks.
Would the others like to respond as well? Okay. Ned Rossiter has a comment and a question concerning the definitions of liberalism, different types of liberalism, neoliberalism, border liberalism, for example, and the issue of the China's communication apparatus. So I would like to invite him to perhaps maybe explain this question.
Yeah, thanks very much. My camera isn't activated at your end, so hopefully you can just hear my voice okay, is that right? Yeah, great. Yeah, no, thanks a lot for all of the papers and indeed the event. They're really very provocative in many instances. And by the way, Xiding, it's lovely to see you again. It's been a long, long time. Sorry, I can't reciprocate here. But following on actually from your questions, I won't reiterate the question in the comment there, the Q&A, it's already there, but rather kind of elaborating that a little bit more. I guess what strikes me, you know, about Alan's opening kind of talk was how we might think of our analytical and conceptual units when asking questions about historical or you know, contemporary conditions. And so certainly the idea or the logic of the state is one of those. Neoliberalism is another. But I wonder, you know, how it becomes quite complex in terms of the state corporation dynamic when we indeed look at particular instances. And so I'll put this in the chat here. I was really struck by the recent, you know, tech crackdown, so to speak, on Alibaba and Tencent, for example. And in a class I was giving not too long ago, I was pretty astounded to see the number of foreign companies that Tencent deal with in their kind of global reach, various subsidiaries. So institutionally, Tencent is a complex entity. And precisely because of the state corporate kind of nexus and dynamic that has particular kinds of features in China, the state therefore too, if you like, is kind of not unraveled, but certainly made complex in ways that kind of exceed itself, I wonder, in some respects. And as such, you know, the clarity or coherence of the state comes into question as well, it seems to me. And in so doing, it may indeed unwittingly take on features of so-called neoliberalism or anything else, precisely because of these complex set of relations institutionally that it is become embroiled in. And so this kind of goes back to the question, I guess, of do we start with asking whether China is neoliberal or not, and maybe put that to the side and instead ask, what does it mean in analyzing the composition, the tendency, the logic of the state when we take, you know, various cases, Tencent might be one, Alibaba would be another, and start to see very peculiar. For example, Don, I was particularly fascinated when in your last part of your talk around big data, algorithmic governance and so forth. We see very peculiar, for example, territorial logics coming into play, which contradict and in some respects compete with ideas of how we may understand the geostrategic territorial logic of the state, as if that's somehow coherent. So in other words, there seem to be multiple layers that we could bring to bear in identifying and characterizing state formation, whether it's in China or anywhere else, except China happens to be, of course, a large global economy, have a large part of the global economy. So I'll stop there, but I wonder if this is another way of, I guess, kind of approaching the question of state formation within China.
To respond.
Sure. Thank you so much for that, Ned. That was really helpful. And indeed, since although I haven't done some ethnography for myself for a bit of time, original ethnography as it's called. As you get older, it's more difficult. What I really appreciate in your call is this idea of looking at the clarity or coherence of the state in specific cases, and to be a little bit, always be inductive when you're not sure where you're headed. And I know that sounds a bit out of fashion perhaps, but what I am saying is that, of course, you have analytical frames that we can't leave behind. For example, the frame of corruption, of predatory, the predatory party, for example. That's going to be an orienting frame. But one of the reasons that I wanted to bring up the idea of the post-socialist development state is to decenter that notion of the predatory frame. And your question about Tencent, how we, what's going on with its, how the Xi Jinping party state is treating it as distinct from Alibaba is one I would completely endorse. And I do think what we're seeing, though, with this is that the importance of a kind of rationalized surveillance that has simply scaled up in an unbelievable way from anything we've known before now, and that this does seem to be, broadly speaking, again, globally convergent. You're seeing it in China, you're seeing it in North America, you're seeing it in Europe, you're seeing it in, you're just seeing it again and again. So I use this as a sort of a guiding, a guiding thread to ask, well, where is power coming from? How is it being constituted? Where are its limits and contradictions? And as I put these cases of alarm by the New York Times at the end of my paper, partly because I was exhausted, wanted to wind it up with some provocation, and I think maybe I did, to say that I think, when, for instance, Didi Chuxing decided, when its CEO decided to have its IPO in the New York Stock Exchange, some territorial marker was crossed, right? Whether it would actually be in a way that would infringe from this, the party state's point of view on sovereignty or property or something, or the power to surveil. And I think those are big questions. And so I think that the what could be called the tech platforms, Alibaba, Tencent, etc., are very special because they are a source of alternative power. We've seen that, for example, in Facebook in interesting ways, in the US and Europe, for that matter. So I hope that's helpful. I'm largely agreeing with where I think you're going about neoliberalism. I think I just don't find that framework particularly, the theorizing neoliberalism outside of China grows increasingly vexed in a certain sense. If you think of the work of Wendy Brown, for example, Mediating the Demos, and her more recent book, Wendy Brown's a political theorist at UC Berkeley. She writes about the ways in which what we are calling neoliberalism is rife with, intimations of, or the presence of violence against women and patriarchy, if you wish, in ways that you see it both in the day-to-day lives of people like von Mises and von Hayek and Mises and von Hayek and others, and you see it in the sub rosa, or under the surface, with in the ways in which, if you will, what's called neoliberalism as in a doctrinal way, tends to be highly sexist, for example. So I think we're learning that neoliberalism is not a single thing, for sure, but I don't think it's particularly helpful in what we've found out about China so far. And I think that Weber's latest book really sort of puts paid to saying that we have a full-fledged kind of neoliberal, or that there ever was one in China. Unless you want to count the months between autumn of 1988 when Zhao Ziyang insisted upon the shock therapy and getting rid of the dual price system, and what happened, a few months later, or less than a year later, when he was deposed. So that's, you want to call that China's neoliberal experience? I'm okay with that.
Did Dan or Alan want to add something as well? In that case, I'll take advantage of my position to ask a couple of questions myself. The first question I think is for Dan Markovich. The question I had, you actually began to respond to it actually in your comments, when you sort of noted that on the one hand, sort of emphasizing this idea of livelihood as sort of that concept, which sort of marks sort of a difference in sort of Chinese political economic thinking. But at the same time, you sort of also notice that overlap between livelihood and economism. Kind of sort of raise the question of when does livelihood become liberal? That is, economism, is that rooted in the idea about the economy, or is it rooted in an idea about capital accumulation, or is it, because if livelihood is also maybe about, is it more about distribution? So that's sort of the question of where the difference is between economism as sort of the way we might use it as an abusive term against liberal economism, or even you might say down sort of Marxist economism versus sort of where it kind of, in other words, is livelihood more than simply a Chinese economy? I guess that's kind of the question. And then sort of, I think a broader question, I think for all the panelists, is I think it comes up a lot whenever the question of China being neoliberal or any kind of category comes up. We get to these technical debates about, well, how do we define neoliberalism? What are the different features of it? Does it meet these or not? And then we kind of often come to the conclusion that all these categories are actually not useful. But then again, this also seems to be also kind of political rhetoric around neoliberalism, in which some cases referring to the Chinese model as neoliberal or not often seems to have means implications that are not simply related to the technical definitions of these terms, but rather sort of political alignments. By saying China is neoliberal, it sort of opens up the space for a particular kind of critique, which if you say it's not neoliberal, and then there's sort of a question of, well, what can we critique? And we sort of see the way that certain terms have certain sort of effective balances that go beyond the technical terms. So we, for instance, left politics, we know neoliberalism is not just a term to describe the world, but it's also be bad. It's ethically bad. There's something about it we do not like. It goes against our principles of how human economy should be organized. Whereas for the right-wing politics, it's totalitarianism. And these terms sort of then exceed the technical definition. So I was wondering if you could kind of comment on not simply that neoliberalism has a technical question, but also has a sort of a rhetorical question, especially when it comes to sort of left critiques and the sort of the debates within the left as to how to critique and what to critique, and sort of the terms on what basis a critique can be leveled and at what. And maybe it's a bit more of a vague question, but I'm kind of curious of the way these terms are kind of used even beyond their technical specifications. So.
Hi. Yeah. Honestly, I'm sorry, Derek. I could only catch part of that because it got a little garbled. The audio, at least from my end here. I think Ned said the same. But I got at least some of that. I can ask you to follow up more. But quickly on my bit, I think you're trying to draw appropriately a question is like, how can we separate or define or like get a better bead on economism and its place in livelihood and things like that, right? And maybe economism and liberalism as well. How do I put it? I hope this helps, but I'm not sure it gets to the difference between economism and livelihood, but I think that partly by economism, I think that I think what warrants that in general is simply a certain faith, right? I mean, it's a belief at one level, and of course, it's also a kind of whole set of practices and is kind of like institutional material and so on, for sure, right? But I think in one way, it's just a kind of faith, if maybe even better term than belief, that focusing on that realm of human activity and all those sets of practices will kind of take care of all these other things. So I see it almost as a kind of maybe akin to a religion somehow or something like that, right? But faith in some ways, if I could put it that way, right? That it will do that. Whereas I think actually, and then of course it's treated like a science, right? As if it's objective. So if it's a faith, it's kind of displaced. But yeah, I think that the alternative way of saying that, which I am tempted to call non-liberal, is to put politics on top of that, or that must at some level come first, right? So that really there aren't economic crises. First, there's political crises, right? And you know, even within that, there's a place for narrative, which I haven't talked about at all here, but like within politics, right? So that I'm not sure that helps, but I think that's one way I would look at that. In terms of drawing the line between livelihood and economism, I'm not really sure. I mean, to me, livelihood is such a kind of interesting concept because it's so vague, right? But I think that it points to something more than just economic science, clearly, like objective economic practices in some ways. So that I think if this becomes an operative term, it will be good, maybe. It'll be interesting to see how livelihood gets articulated to specific economic practices. You could use it to kind of trump, so to speak, economic activity or big media tech or whatever it is like that, saying, look, just like common prosperity, this is something that is more important or primary in some ways. Yeah. And even though it's a very vague, non-scientific term itself. I'm not sure that helps. I'll leave it at that. Yeah. Hope it does.
Don or Alan, do you have anything to add to that? Or to the other question that I had? I don't know how much got through since you said there was an audio barrier, but the question of the uses of neoliberalism, not simply as a technical term, but as a polemical term. Thinking back also to the question mentioning about liberalism as a term. Well, illiberalism is a term of abuse, but also neoliberalism, you know, for those on the left, is also a term of abuse as well. And so maybe comment on the way that the debate over how to characterize China as neoliberal or not, going beyond simply the technical debates about is it or not, but how it's sort of used in polemics and in the rhetoric of political opposition. Actually, Joyce Rivera also has raised her hand, so I would like to invite her to speak to share her question. Hold on just a second.
Sorry, can you try without the mic, I don't understand anything you're saying. You know, it's too much reverberation.
Is this better now? Like this?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, I'll just skip whatever I was saying. Professor Joyce Leo also wanted to raise a question, so I'd like to invite her to share her question.
Yeah, I have a question for Don, but is Don here? I think he's away, but
His screen looks frozen there.
Oh, yeah.
He might have dropped the connection.
then I can wait a while, but I would like to discuss this big data control, and also this corporate oligarchy party state issue. Maybe I would like him to elaborate his maybe theorization of contemporary governmentality under these conditions. But maybe I should just wait, right, for him.
Yeah, you can see he's no longer present in the room. His connection probably dropped, so hopefully he is now trying to log back in.
Maybe I can either wait for other question comments, or I can maybe elaborate my questions. Maybe Dan can answer that, or Alan can answer that. I just say it, okay. That relates to what Ned mentioned about this crackdown. Maybe you or Ned, this Alibaba thing and so on. So, and also the incoherence, or even this competition within that party state. We cannot imagine there's one totally solid centralized state, but like a corporate, but maybe corporates or that's in this competition by several different oligarchy groups. So especially when we consider this 21st century big data algorithm, and also this cyber network control through patenting. There's recently there's a lot of studies concerning the surge or this rising numbers of this patenting enterprise led by China. And patenting is, of course, a territorialization. They seize more and more territories that then will control market. Okay, but is it by the state, single state, or by different local states, or different local enterprises, or local different oligarchic groups? But Alibaba or Ma Yun has been very much contempt, or maybe others would be too. So I was just curious about how maybe Alan and Dan and also Don, maybe other speakers would say about this mode of governmentality in the 21st century. When we say grab the land, or the ordering of the space, it is no longer the land or the sea or not even the sky, but there are several different stratum. But of course, through internet, through control of the territory, through internet, through patenting, control the channel and access, the governmentality apparently plays a different game, but in the same essence, capitalist. So I don't know whether we really need to trouble with the definition of liberalism, neoliberalism. It's all capitalism. So I'll stop here, and I would like to hear what you say about it. But Don is not here.
Yeah, he is so far not returned to the room. So this question.
Yeah, all right. Maybe Daniel or Alan would like to say something.
I don't have a reply to that, but I thought the paper by Liu Shiding and Song actually dealt with digital industries much more. Maybe, especially if Professor Song wants to reply because he won't be here for his presentation. If he has something to say about that. Songlin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity. So this is obviously still a paper in progress, but I'm not sure that I can adequately address the profound questions you raise. But I think in the case of China, we study in the paper mainly the health code, which was an invention initially by Alibaba for the Hangzhou government. So I think we can see a convergence. As Professor Liu just mentioned, capital is always not only capital in China, it's always politicized. And private companies are constantly solicited by the government to exert a control function of surveillance, right? So when we looked at surveillance, we found that its logic is very different from what people talk about in Euro-American context about data surveillance by commercial corporates such as Facebook or YouTube, where the collection of user data is used based mainly for the commercial interests by the corporate themselves. But in the case of China, if you want to gain access to data, especially the massive scale of data, you need to go through the government. So in the case of Alibaba, for example, it's both Alipay and later the health code and the social credit system, which is notoriously known throughout the world right now, is commissioned partly by the Chinese government. So I think this control function has always been there. And what's interesting, I think that also connects to what Dan just said about this idea of livelihood, which I think really connects to our theorization of security. I think what we can see from the various government crackdowns, for example, in the case of Didi Chuxing, it's mainly raised as a national security concern, as data is incorporated into this idea of national sovereignty. So I think it's more, in the case of China, the idea of surveillance, but it's also connected, as we can observe in the case of the health code, it's also connected to the sort of everyday security of health, the sort of biological security of people. So you can see this gradual takeover of personal data from the government through a justification of a very discursively constructed and ambivalent term of security, be it biopolitical, be it data security, or be it national security. I think most people in China, as I know, thought the DD case was legitimate because they thought the corporate was trying to hand over Chinese data of Chinese citizens to the US government by going to the stock market in New York. So yeah, I think so maybe we can think this through a more sort of complex overlap between the Chinese government and also these big tech companies in the case of China. I think this is a more recent case of Meituan, which is. Would you like to say? Would you like to add anything, Professor Liu?
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
All right. Well, Don Romini has returned to the room. I don't know if you probably didn't get Joyce Leo's question. I don't know, maybe if Joyce, if you wanted to briefly kind of rephrase the question for Don, and maybe he could briefly respond as well.
Maybe
Briefly,
but before I do that, I think we should invite Brad Nelson into the panelists so that we can also see him and he can also join the discussion. But I'll just briefly put it. I think Song Lin and Liu Shiding had add some very important information. But Don, I was asking, I think troubling with the definition of liberalism or neoliberalism doesn't help us to understand the situation in the 21st century. You mentioned big data and data control and online surveillance. And I was asking or wondering whether you could elaborate your maybe a redefinition of the modes of governmentality or technology of the 21st century. And I was also, I brought up this idea that when we say corporate oligarchy groups or this party state, are they competing states or are they competing corporations? Is there only one centralized state over there? Apparently, Xi Jinping is trying to exercise his power and try to secure its power. But I don't really know how much he has really in control in terms of this different, the strong, the act of silencing Alibaba and other, maybe Meituan, I don't understand that. But also the competing patenting right. There's a huge surge and rise of patenting. This is a completely different game concerning territories. We are not only seizing the land or the sea, but not only the sky either, but the internet territories. So then how much they can control? Is it totally controlled by the state commissioned information center, or there are different forces there? That is something I would really like to learn from you, yeah, or other panelists. Yes.
Don, would you like to respond?
Sure, I'll give it. I'll do my best. Thank you, Joyce, for that. That's very, those are two very thoughtful questions. Let me deal with the governmentality question, surprisingly, although it has that big, complicated Foucauldian weight to it. It seems to me that we may be finding the advent of a new kind of governmentality, if you know, kind of internet governmentality, through this, you know, the capacities, the sheer capacities of the way that digitalization works. That is to say, it takes enormous bodies of data about enormous numbers of people. So it can have hundreds of dimensional characteristics for each individual, typically an individual, though it may be a firm or some other unit, but usually the individual. Let's say 500 characteristics, and you have 400 million or more individuals. Then it aggregates that, and then it, depending upon what the tech platform is seeking to do, its algorithms work to predict what the behavior of a mass of individuals will do, or in differentiated ways. Obviously, this has implications to any large political organization that seeks to maintain social order and control. And so, my colleague Bruce Kapfer refers to this in an interesting way as when big data works in this way, it fragments the social, because increasingly the social relations between people are being displaced, pushed out of the way by the characteristics of how they are encountering the surveillance system. If Meituan, for example, is oriented only towards certain kinds of delivery, right? And for a variety of reasons, it becomes habituated to a very large number of people, China clearly is, then the social encounters of going to a restaurant or going to meet people at a restaurant are subject to displacement, and a kind of new, if you will, desocialization can take place. And so you can do that, see that in time, again and again, it seems to me. So Professor Kapfer writes about the loss of or the breakdown of the fragmentation of the social into individual analytical surveilled units instead. And so I take that as seriously enough as a hypothesis. It's huge, it's very ambitious, but I think it's worth considering. And so, you know, I think that's a way in which it might work. One of the things I would say is that going along with the kind of the corporate oligarchic state more broadly is that since there is this dimension of a kind of finance and of profit through finance that these systems are aiming at, you know, social credit is part of that, because social credit, as you saw in the display I put up, involves financial credit, right? And credit worthiness. So these are systems that can work through something called the economic that displaces the social, if you want to put it that way. I don't know if that's helpful, but I think that's what we need to be concerned about. The one thing I would say is that we're not talking about a uniquely Chinese phenomenon in any way whatsoever. We're talking about we're talking about the digitalization of very large political systems,
Yes.
and small ones as well. Yeah, about your second question, the corporate or oligarchic groups, usually, I mean, the Chinese Communist Party is huge. It has, I don't know, 87 million people, I think, something like that now. So that scale, it has its own dynamic. I think it's very, you know, we have to be very cautious to think of it as states competing, but certainly factions or cliques, you know, Pai, you know, Dang Pai and so forth are competing, and that's very much part of the struggle between factions that we know about. It's a long part of the, I mean, you know, political scientists have been long interested in this. What's interesting is that the Xi Pai is really new and really interesting. And Xi Pai, by the way, is the one that really, when Xi Jinping came in 2012, I believe, and by 2014, he had set up a leading small group for cybersecurity. First premier, I mean, first to ever do that. 2014, a leading small group. And I think that that's a sign of how serious and something very new in terms of a possible form of power and control. So I hope that at least provokes you, can provoke some thoughts. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of work or a lot of research needs to be done.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks
Wonderful
a lot.
question.
Yeah.
I'd like to invite Brett Nielsen, who had a question as well.
Hello, everyone, and very nice to see some of you and meet others of you. Is Alan still here, or is Alan disappeared?
Alan, are you there?
Anyway, I mean, I guess I'm asking because my question was kind of addressed to Alan and his title about embedding the market in the geopolitical order, which for me was a very enticing title, particularly because I've been spending a lot of time studying the supply chain blockages in a pandemic. And as we all know, what happens in one state affects so quickly what happens in another. It's really the, one of the economic and political realities that we've been living in the last 18 months. So when China says we have to have a lockdown, it has its knock-on effects elsewhere. This sort of makes it clear to me that we have to think about the market not only in relation to the state, but to a world of states and geopolitical dynamics. But most of the discussion in the panel, at least, has been about this kind of market-state axis. So I just wanted to ask what, Alan, the titles just sort of seem to dangle for me. So I wanted to invite you to sort of maybe speak to it a little bit more. I mean, the rare earths thing I mentioned is one example, but the patent kind of dynamics that Joyce mentioned is another example. So if you look at what happens in legal cases around patents that are embedded into standards, for instance, the use of particular forms of patents in telecommunications, 4G, 5G, so forth. There's huge incidents of, patent troll companies from Israel buying up patents from Scandinavia and the US and then taking it to a jurisdiction like the UK, which is very favorable to patent holders, launching cases against Chinese telecommunications company in order to get vast payouts on the basis of the patents they've used that are supposedly embedded in these standards. I mean, these kinds of dynamics, they seem crucial to me to politics and economy, but they're not, you can't really explain them on that market state axis if you stay in China or in India without thinking about those relations across the states as well.
I guess I'm not in a position to reply to that one because actually my interests are not political economy per se. And the polemic aspect of my presentation was not to sort of denigrate the merits of this kind of argument. I mean, I think we've read Marx, we've read Capital, so on and so forth. I'm saying that any kind of situation can be posed in different ways. I mean, I'm just questioning why we should be locked into a certain kind of language about something. For me, it's about asking whether any of this, whether it's the economics, whether it's the politics, is relevant to a particular situation. And it's really how we understand the nature of that situation that defines the relevance, not the other way around. We shouldn't be in a position of starting to say, well, why doesn't this work out? I mean, certainly we can read Marx in terms of the economy and his economic logic, but I don't see I don't see why we should make it a deterministic kind of logic. That's all. I'll give you another example. I mean, I actually talked to Don about this. I said, okay, you can certainly read the modern world system in certainly the same kind of terms. I mean, part of, say, Wallerstein's argument was to show that, I mean, within the historical long term, I mean, there is this kind of universalizing, aspect of capitalism. I mean, it's the economic working out of capitalism that leads to imperialism, basically. I mean, you can read that 3 volumes in these kind of terms, but you can also read it in very different terms. I mean, I asked the question, I think, of Don, and I said, look, the corporate state may be new. I mean, this is a different kind of historical moment, but certainly during the era of colonialism, we had something called the status corporation. If you look at the British East India Company, for example, I mean, if we can view it as a corporation, but it was a corporation that was given certain, you know, politicizing state powers to carry out its project. So, I mean, the collusion between the economics and the politics has always been there, but how it's worked out is actually very different in different kinds of situations, historical times. I mean, I could actually say that actually it's not so much the sort of, you know, the modern world system as being the working out of a certain kind of economic logic, but in fact, you know, that collusion had always been there. And you could read the history in very different kinds of terms if that's the case.
Do other
I don't know how others have.
So when it comes to something like a supply chain, you could say, you know, like what Anna Singh says, there's, you know, there's these frictions, there's cultural negotiations between these different kinds of contexts or settings, or, you know, state theaters or chartered companies, whatever, and they all have to negotiate with each other in order that, you know, the widget can travel along the chain. Or you could put a more radical position which says it's precisely because of the incompatibility between these contexts, you know, the fact that the I don't know, the person making this widget in China is very different from the person consuming the device into which this widget is placed, you know, in some kind of shopping mall in, I don't know, Norway or something. That is precisely the kind of incommunicability of these situations and the inability to negotiate that allows the widget to kind of move. That seems to me more like what you're saying. You're muted.
I don't know if other people have any sort of opinions about this.
Yeah, we also have about 9. We have about 9 minutes left. So other. This is how we know we're still human. These technological errors.
Ghost in the machine.
Okay.
I'll just say one thing, Brett, lovely to meet you. I would just say that the world system, including global supply chains, are preeminently politically structured. I'm sure you're aware of that. They're structured by treaty, by standards. In fact, the international standards are set. They're structured by surveillance. There isn't a port in the United States, for example, that isn't highly surveilled with special, equipment and high-tech, surveillance at that. So it's preeminently political, and those have to do with now structuring a new politics at a distance. It's what Saskia Sassen referred to in a little book a few years ago about the making of the new global order and its technologies and its treaties and its terminologies and so forth. So that would be my take, is not as a response saying no, there's no. Of course, there's a techno-economic force at work, if you want to put it that way. But I would always say, let's look at that techno-economic force, whether or not the widget meets the requirement of the of the consumer with some political investigations before I'm sure that that techno-economic force, if you wish, is as autonomous as we might think to start with. But that's just me. I'm always, I think it starts in politics, but I admit my bias.
One sort of comment, actually, Sandro Mizadra wrote a very interesting review essay of what's his name's book, the post-colonial theory and the aspect of capital. Actually, his position, yeah, I mean, his position actually is a very interesting kind of compromise. I mean, he understands the post-colonial theory aspect of it very well as the capital aspect of it. But he doesn't, he strays away from sort of, putting the deterministic aspect emphasis on either one of them. So I just put that out as an aside. It operates, but at different levels. You could also phrase it in those ways too. Yeah, and maybe sort of to add on that, Don's political reading of the modern world system. I mean, you could actually say, well, we had imperialistic states to begin with. You see, imperialism was there to begin with, and actually the corporations, the British East, these were just the agents of imperialism. You could, if you wanted to, read the history of that very differently if you wanted to. But of course, all I'm saying is that the way in which Wallerstein presents it, he gives you a historical, evolution of capitalism, but also there's a suggestion that it's really the working out of capital that leads to imperialism. Okay, you could, but you could read anything in many different ways. This is the whole problem about subaltern studies and post-colonial theory as well. I read it very differently. I think it's open to interpretation.
In my work with Sandro, we tried to get around this problem by talking about, we always use the phrase, how capital hits the ground. Yeah. But we always got people misunderstanding us or accusing us, maybe rightly, like, oh, you think it's like this kind of Prometheus that just comes down and the ground is not already, complexly formed and so forth. But I hear you saying a similar thing.
Well, Marx has been accused of being economic determinist. You could read him that way. I don't read him that way, but I mean, there's a certain danger in that. I mean, it's, people have reduced Marx in those terms too. And certainly I would say that, that's the kind of people that reacted very strongly to this sort of subaltern studies group as well. I mean, you don't get that reaction when we look at, say, Hart and Negri's Empire. I mean, what happened to capital in that book? No, it's about sovereignty. So I mean, you could take it in many different ways if you wanted to. It's not a given.
Yeah, although it seems that, I mean, one way you could read that is to say that that book kind of argues that the empire is the kind of analytical category that gives you a historical continuity rather than state.
Yeah. Well, that's another story too. I'd say, hey, they're trying to write, volume 3 of Capital, right? If you agree, fine. If you disagree, fine. Whatever.
Then Ned Rosser adds a comment as well. Somebody wants to share that.
Yeah, bring them in.
Ned?
Yeah. Hi. For some reason, my camera just doesn't activate. I think it's at the control end rather than my end, but that's fine. Maybe better not to see me any time of the day, frankly. But yeah, no. I mean, I guess it's a sort of question of how we think politics in these sort of much more vastly complicated ways, whether it be at the level of incommunicability or incommensurability, whether it be in a way that can even identify what the intervention or scene of the political is. Because, I'm thinking, Don, the points of, standards that are then governed remotely by surveillance systems wherever. I mean, we've looked at that thing quite a bit in our study of global logistics in various ports around the world. And sort of strikingly, I guess, it's also the case often that politics registers in ways that precisely aren't captured by these sort of machines. They're kind of external to the operational logic of the machine. So, for example, in Piraeus, when we're looking at in the port of Athens, the kind of politics we identified were between a kind of illegitimate subject, namely the Roma communities on the outskirts of the port, who were doing things like forms of infrastructural sabotage, ripping off metal wherever they could for secondary kind of scrap metal markets. So this was an expression of politics, absolutely, that provoked the wrath of the right-wing fascist Golden Dawn outfit and their constituency. But it was never going to register, for instance, in the kind of surveillance tech that sort of managed operations on the port or the terminal operation system. There's a different story that could be said about that. So rather to say that, it's always already kind of complicated, and how this then feeds into anything like state formation is an open question, but rather to identify that often, I guess, the real kind of scenes of the political as contest and confrontation aren't within the kind of intelligible world system per se.
Okay, we're actually out of time. This panel is supposed to end at midnight Eastern Standard Time, noon here in Taipei. So I don't know, Al, if you wanted to add anything else or whether we want to conclude here.
If there are other questions, we can let them ask. Otherwise, Don is going to turn into a pumpkin, right?
Well, I'll try not to do it in front of everybody, but I can't hold, but don't hold me to it. If I melt down into a puddle, well, you'll just have to bring me to Taiwan to reconstitute me. That's all I can say.
Time is flexible. We can, if there are other questions, we can let people ask. Otherwise, we just call it an evening or a day.
Perhaps Song Lin wants to say some last words. Alan said you are not joining us in the afternoon, right? You want to say something here now?
Yes, unfortunately, I won't be able to join you for the presentation because I have classes this afternoon. I think Professor Liu will present on our behalf. I don't have anything to add to the presentation per se, but I will try my best to join the Q&A after the presentation. Okay. Yeah.
With that, I think that concludes the morning session. For those who are here, I guess we reconvene at 3 p.m. Afternoon, within 3 hours. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks everyone.
It's so nice to see everyone here.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all. It was a great exchange. That was a really helpful exchange.
Wonderful.
Yeah, right. The discussion is good.
Okay, we'll have more of it.
Yeah, right.
I don't think I'm going to be, of course, if you reconvene at 3 p.m., well,
you can dream about us.
All I can say in
we'll
Chinese
stay there in your dream.
is one an, but I'm not going to be there for you. Anyway, but Alan, please send me the link to the recording, and let's definitely keep in touch.
Okay.
These are very rare occasions to do this kind of collective thinking, and I cherish every moment, and I'm so grateful to everybody here. I've learned a lot, and this is, I hope, the beginning of more dialogues. So.
Great.
Well, thanks to you.
Great.
So let's keep it going, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great to meet you, Don.
A pleasure. A pleasure, Dan. Okay. Good night, everybody.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good
Yeah.
afternoon.
And afternoon. Yeah, that's right.
Bye-bye. Good night.
It was starting.
Okay, hello everyone. I think we should get started. We're still waiting for Professor Lash, but I think all the rest of the presenters are here. By the way, my name is Yoshi. I am hired by Alan to keep things in order. So in case things go out of control, I might step in, but without further ado, let's get started. And our first speaker,
Okay.
who's starting?
Okay.
Okay, yeah,
thanks.
Professor Yo
Okay.
and Professor Song. You have 20 minutes, but maybe it's okay if you go over for 5 to 10 minutes. We're not going to stop you, so please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Alan, for organizing this workshop conference. And today, because Song Ling is teaching, his teaching obligation cannot be canceled. So I will present this paper. As you know, this is work in progress. So I suppose the paper would not be circulated because it still needs some development. Okay, so today our topic is the rise of algorithmic governance, which is actually about using the health code as an example to understand Chinese state governance. Okay, so in China, and it's including Hong Kong and Macau, the health code is now very popular. It's not just popular, but required. It's mandatory when you enter any public spaces. When you go to the library or museum or restaurants, most security will ask you to show your health code. So this is what it looks like. It's on your device, like mobile phone. It has green, yellow, and red. So just like traffic light, green means safety, and you can go. Yellow means you have to stay at home, like under observation. So, which means you can't really go to many places. And red code means you are under quarantine for 14 days. So, which means your health status is not normal. So this kind of this kind of health code has been implemented for, I think, more than a year, almost 2 years. Firstly from mainland China, and then spread to Macau and to some extent Hong Kong. Although in Hong Kong, the app is not, this kind of application is not that effective or pervasive as compared to Macau. Okay, so actually the health code is now signified, is no longer just an app or a symbol, but actually it means a lot to the individual in our everyday life. It means your mobility, your safety and protection. It also means if you are a risky or dangerous person because you are supposed to be quarantined. Okay. So now, you know, China has so many people, and this has become their new normal. So the reason why we choose this topic is because we discover the, you know, the pervasiveness of this app, of this practice, and we just want to figure out what it really means to us, and because it is implemented, is enforced by the state. So what it means, what it can tell us about state governance. Okay, so in our view, it's not just a digital measure, but something embedded in state and society relation. And it's actually it actually generates many responses from the public. So this is our focus today. All right. So China, you know, in the past year, basically has undergone, just like other countries and places, has gone very dramatic experience of dealing with the pandemic. However, no matter you see China's effort as negative or positive, many people have recognized China's response as effective, is ambitious, and very aggressive, and it does effectively contain the disease within the country, within the border. And it's very tough because many people who are labeled as red or coming from outside, they are basically heavily they're sent into quarantine hotel for 14 days, and then follow up with the neighborhood committee will send you back home and ask you to stay at home for another 7 days. So it's very tough and it's highly monitored. And what is interesting is that except all these practices, the health code, 健康码, okay, plays an important role in this whole system, which can be called a contact tracing system, to trace where you go and to trace your trajectories in the past 7 or 14 days. Okay, so let's review the literature. Some scholars say that what is crucial to China's success is civil compliance, coupled with big government capable of mass surveillance. And others see China as a dystopian surveillance state, where mass collection of citizen data spells the end of civil freedoms. So this is quite a negative view. So in order to understand the meaning of this phenomena, we go back to Foucault and his understanding of the security society. Actually focus on liberal governance. I mean, the liberal context, which is based on a security pact between state and population. And Foucault say that the stimulation of fear of danger is the condition, the internal psychological correlative of liberalism. Lenke say that this culture of danger to neoliberalism is promotion of rational risk management, which actually mean that individuals are required to shoulder their response, all the risks and securities on themselves. So what we are seeing here is the liberal context and the realities which are quite different from China. So we use this concept to try to understand securitization. Okay, we see securitization as a process and practice, which refer to a set of practices that try to bring a sense of security to population. Okay, so this whole process involves big data management, state-society relation and interaction, and we are particularly interested in how surveillance practices are normalized and negotiated in everyday life, because it's a new measure. How the state installs local sense of security, serving both social control and to mediate citizens' emotional experience. And we are also interested in how the practice is being felt and negotiated at the micro and subjective level, which means this securitization process is a double movement. Okay, so let me briefly introduce the HC. It was first conceived in, well, not a long time ago, last year. And it's an app that algorithmically generates information about a person's health status. And actually well, in different places, there are different practices. But for example, in Macau, when you scan the code, and then you have to enter your information about the past 14 days, okay, where you go or something like that. And normally it will generate the green code. However, the HC actually collects data from different sources, like where you live, your health records, your travel history, your social security, things like that. So actually it's a combination of different source of data. But the thing is, people don't really know how it operates and what kinds of information it has and how it determines the outcome. For example, recently Macau has a few cases, and mainly these cases are migrant workers. And because these migrant workers, they don't change their home address. For example, they moved to a different place, but they didn't change their address in the government record. So some local residents found that their code become red or yellow, simply because that piece of information connected to their address is being recorded and being used to conclude your health status. So you can see this is the structure of, on the right hand is easy. Basically, in China, people use Alipay or WeChat to scan. On the left, you can see this health code system is actually coordinated at local and national levels. And you can see that at the bottom, you can see different kinds of information were collected. And provisional or municipal authorities, they collect their data for their own purpose. Usually they would not share to each other. However, the national system, the master system, basically can see everything. Okay. According to a scholar, I think who is studying social security system, since it has never been reviewed about how the data is used, the HC's profiling operates like a black box with little transparency. And local authorities are reluctant to share resident data, come up with different standards for HC's algorithm. And so if you travel, people have to go through multiple HC application process. For example, when you go to the airport, you need to show one thing, one code. But there usually is an additional code for you to scan, which I believe belong to different departments. And then when you arrive in another airport, in another city, then you have to scan another HC code. Usually in China, it's called 什么宝，什么健康宝啊，什么四川宝啊。Okay. So I'm going to show you a brief video. If you cannot see, that's okay. I can send the link to you, which is about some personal reflections on the use of HC. Okay, I can. Okay, let me stop share. Okay, I'm going to send you the link first. Oh, cannot copy. Okay, let me copy it. Okay, I'm putting in the chat room, and I'm going to see the screen. Okay. If it's stuck, don't worry. You just watch your own video.
Life is going back to normal, but caution remains high and new tools are being used to avoid a second wave of infections. QR codes have now become the passports that allow Chinese people to move around. To get into a shop, one must show a green health code proving good health. This is obtained by scanning a mosaic through a mobile app.
就这个健康码是必须要打出来的，因为它市场管理要来查的，你必须要有这个东西。
The green health code depends on a number of different factors, including travel history in the last 14 days. For the customers, the system is reassuring.
我觉得这个比较安全，让每个顾客能够感觉到整个城市的一个保障，然后让那些店里的员工也感觉到上海这个城市是很安全的一个城市。
But for those who obtain a red code and are in good health, no explanation is given. This is the case for this man, who had no one to appeal to when he just finished quarantine after a trip to a different province.
因为我们这边写字楼就是需要登记嘛，还需要每天的一个测温，第一次需要出示这个随身码，它需要判断你是否正常健康，所以就是我当时是红色，就没有办法，不太合理吧，但是也是一种防疫的一种手段吧。
The precautionary measures are reinforcing the Chinese state's surveillance. After analyzing the code of one of these apps, this journalist found that once registered, the user's data was handed over to the police.
There's nothing on the app to tell you that the police are in any way involved. It says that this is a government service, but then it doesn't sort of specify beyond that. So it's pretty surprising to then see this beacon that's immediately going to police.
Has the pandemic become an opportunity for China to boost surveillance of its citizens? According to the authorities, these are just exceptional measures.
Okay. So just now, the video showed that although there's a sense of security among okay, sorry. So although there's a sense of security among people, the state actually gets what it wants because personal information is actually collected on a massive scale. So according to this scholar, contrasting Western liberal and market-driven models, China's governance initiatives are spearheaded by the state, which combines planning centrality and market instruments. So I think this responds to some of the discussions this morning about the role of the state in China. You can see that when the policy-making process actually involves many different actors, and these actors can hardly be reduced to the binary opposition between market and state, because there are some mid-level and micro-level actors, and there are private actors, and there are state actors. And the private actors is responsible for technological innovation, and the local governments are responsible for providing the environment, the land, providing support. And the central government usually is the planner, okay, the providing the master idea of the whole plan. And in the case of China, later we can see the health code is another example of how China allows flexible experiments, and which is actually a very tricky balance between state agenda and corporate investment and public interest. So I would say it's very tricky because it's very unstable. The alliance between local governments and private companies, the alliance between central government and local governments, the alliance which is more moral and ideological between the central government and populations. It's actually like a game, okay? So maybe we can call this, we can try to specify this process as illiberal in terms of illiberal securitization. Here, the term illiberal is borrowed from Dan. He's here, and he defined illiberal in terms of China's unique political practices, which are very different from the West. Okay. So we tend to see this illiberal process as a complicated, contradictory process, rather than black and white, good or bad. Yes, in this illiberal model, there is a strong top-down approach. You know, the state is powerful, so the state is everywhere. The state wants to control, the state wants to maintain its power. However, the constitution of securitized subjects is not only about social control, but it involves the mobilization of moods, okay, and affects. Especially during the pandemic, you know, the main emotion is fear, uncertainty, and insecurity. So it is exactly these emotions that constitute a site for state to invest its power. Okay, this is our argument. So this is two-way. So you can see that in this chart, Chinese citizens, they tend to be willing to trade off their privacy for security. However, this is not new. Okay, the Chinese state has been doing this for a long time, since the last century. I mean, to normalize disciplinary practices in everyday life through various kinds of committees. Okay, but now it's new technology. So on the other hand, you can see the state constructs itself as a caretaker of the people. So it's more like a cultural meaning. Okay, so you can see that the metaphor of war is employed more frequently in the past year to glorify or to celebrate the achievement of states' pandemic efforts. Social credit system, which is based on individual information about you, any kinds of information, your financial, judicial, social information, family information, which was implemented some time ago and was very controversial. So you can see this kind of system, which actually you can see is a precursor of the healthcare, the health code practice, is that it's all-encompassing system that collects data to computationally score the trustworthiness of each individual based on their activities. Okay, so how to understand this affective state? Some scholars say that in a society increasingly dominated by algorithm, what people experience is not the mathematical recipe as such, but the moods, affects, and sensations that the algorithm helps generate. Some scholars say data are not just numeric, they are both statistical, visual, and emotional. And others suggest that there is algorithmic imaginary, which refers to the way in which people imagine, perceive, and experience algorithm. So in this way, we can bring into the subjective analysis. So the securitization process is no longer simply as a macro institutional practice, top-down practice, but it's also a micro everyday practice. Okay, speaking of surveillance, actually, it's more complicated than we imagine, because surveillance, usually people would describe it as negative, but actually people need surveillance because surveillance provides them a sense of security. So there are many discussions about the meaning of surveillance. We can say that the pandemic has further made our world into liquid surveillance because it's fluid, it's everywhere, it takes different forms. And to borrow from the insights of some other scholars talking about being seen by the media or by the platforms, actually can create pleasure. Okay. But in our case, you can see surveillance provides a sense of security, and also surveillance could be constructed as love and care by the state, which is the case of China. Okay, just now we talk about the connection between affect and data, but how about affect and security? Securitization is not simply top-down, but also affective impact that shapes the everyday. And the fear brought about by the pandemic feeds into the perceived necessity of HC. Okay, so this is why algorithmic governance has gained currency, has become popular, had been legitimized, because it means security. Okay. Okay, I think basically this is the same thing, but the last point, you see, concerns about data surveillance are superseded by celebratory discourse about convenience, innovation, cost effectiveness, efficiency, and above all, security. Okay, so you can see that the use of technology, when it is being implemented, it actually needs a complicated cultural process, which constructs the meaning of its use, which legitimizes its power, which gives moral significance and moral value. As I say, because the health code algorithm is kind of blind. No one can really know how it operates. And so that's why there are some controversies in different places over the why their HC is red or yellow. So actually, it does generate some sense of fear among some people. Okay, so you can see in this chart, security and fear, actually, they seem opposite, but actually they are, in this process, they are actually two sides of the same coin. The big brother gives you security, but the big brother also make you anxious and fearful. And also fear enables bottom-up contentions in negotiations. For example, in Hangzhou, okay, when it announced its implementation and about the collection of personal data, some people actually protest because they don't want their data to be collected. Okay, so there are a few cases happen in the past year, but we have to consider the political situation now, because it's not easy to really talk about your own problems publicly right now. So people will use social media or WeChat to express their feelings. So we are still in process of collecting this kind of data, but there is contention, there is tension between users and authorities. But anyway, we just want to use this case to argue for the importance of a new synthesis. What is that synthesis? Basically, you can say that, well, it has different forms. First, China's algorithmic governance is saturated by two concerns. One is improving the convenience and safety of people. The other is enhancing social control. And in another sense, the state's capacity of mass surveillance and control provides a way out of fear and death. It actually gives people a sense of relief. And it is as much about biopolitical security of the state as it is about individual sense of safety. So it is a complicated practice and process. It is through articulating people's desires for security and mobility that this algorithmic governance is legitimized. So we propose the dual logic of securitization. That means security is not just about state policy, but actually about individual feelings. It's not only top-down, but it is constantly being negotiated. So in this sense, we want to suggest that big data surveillance, in the case of China, cannot be simply dismissed as abnormal or as oppressive. But we have to look at the concrete conditions in which the state gains its power, and the state wins the hearts and minds of people, and how the state consolidates its power. And we also have to look at the conditions where people use them in creative ways, and people actually have mixed feelings about the practice. Okay, because this conference is about neoliberal order, so we just try to use our example to address this question. You know, neoliberalism in the conventional sense, people tend to see it as kind of putting the responsibility on the individuals. So individuals, rather than state, they shoulder the responsibility for their life projects. So the individuals seem to be described as, you know, as passive and as being forced to accept the situation, and the state simply get rid of its own responsibility. And some scholars say that neoliberalism, because of these ethics, is detrimental to pandemic control efforts, because it relies on collective effort. It relies on the reduction of personal freedom. So in our case, we kind of follow this scholar, Paul Amar, that actually liberalization is increasingly replaced by securitization as the hegemonic project of state governance. Well, this book was written some years ago, but we found that the author actually has some insights into what is happening now. Okay, because this is exactly, we can see that whether we call it a liberal tendency or deliberalization or whatever, we can see that securitization is indeed replacing or is indeed taking a leading role in political discourse. Okay, finally, to talk about Foucault, to conclude our presentation, is that Foucault once said security is perceived as power exercise over a whole population. Yes, but our suggestion is that this process is not taken for granted, because you need to look at the actual practice, the actual situation, and how state actors interact with populations, how they negotiate. This is a very complicated process. And Foucault also said, a long time ago, power collectivized and individualized. So analysis of state-society interaction is crucial to a full understanding of workings of security. This is what we say. We think that both collectivization and individualization need to be taken into account. Okay, so this is our presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Liu. Next, we have Professor Ricardo Rigardelli. You have 20 minutes, so please proceed. Thank you.
So hi, everybody. Good afternoon for who is in the Asian or Oceania time. I'm here my morning still. I also prepared a PowerPoint I'm gonna share with you. Is it working? Yes. Yeah, is it working? Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So
yeah,
I'm going to start then. Okay. So I had proposed a slightly different title. I proposed China and Brazil in the 21st century, two phases of neo-extractivism. I just changed it slightly because I'm gonna go on a bit broader than the Brazilian case specifically, but I'll focus a lot in Brazil. Okay, so I divided my presentation in 4 parts. I'll start with an outlook of trade between China and Latin America in the early 21st century to serve as a background for my for the rest of the presentation. Then I'll talk about what I call the first phase or the progressive phase of neo-extractivism. And I'll move to the second phase or regressive phase of neo-extractivism, followed by a quick final remarks. So at the turn of the 21st century, China was not in a privileged position in terms of import and export trade with Latin America and the Caribbean. But by the end of the 2000s, by 2010, 2011, 2012, specifically, China had become the origin of most of the imports of Brazil, Paraguay, and the second origin of the imports to Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, and other countries. At the same time, by this moment, 2012, China became the largest export partner of Brazil, Chile, Peru, and the second partner of Argentina and Venezuela. Since then, the trade between China and Latin America and the Caribbean has been hitting records every year, year after year. And what is important to highlight here is that the trade partner between China and Latin America is everything but symmetrical, because most of China's export to Latin America is comprised of capital goods, machinery, electronics, and consumer goods, whereas most of Latin American exports to China is constituted of raw materials, minerals, and agricultural products, particularly soybeans, animal protein, iron, copper, and petroleum. So both David Harvey and the Brazilian economist Celso Iratuca showed how the following the crisis of 2007, 2008, how China changed its pattern for trade and the logic of investment. Because after following the crisis, so in the 2010s, China started much more to invest in infrastructure abroad, using Chinese material, Chinese cement, Chinese steel. And 2 examples of this more recent trend of focusing on infrastructural investments, I bring here to you today, coming from the state of Brazil, where I live and teach, Bahia, in the northeast of Brazil. The first one is a long railroad that is going to be built. It's been built actually nowadays by a consortium composed of 2 Chinese companies in association with the Brazilian counterpart, Projeto Porto Sul, or South Harbor, because it connects an iron ore mine in the heartland of Brazil, in the middle of the country, to the harbor of Ilhéus, which is in the south of the state of Bahia. And the second one, I have a video here for you. The second one is the bridge between Salvador and Itaparica. I'm gonna just here. So the video is in Portuguese, the subtitles are also in Portuguese, but just for you to have an idea of this project. Okay, so it's a short video. It's a short video that gives an outlook of the project. So the project is it was the bid was took place last year in early 2020, and the project is about a massive 12.5 kilometer bridge connecting the metro area of the capital of Bahia, Salvador, with the island of Itaparica on the other side of the bay. Bahia means bay, the name of the state. When it's ready, it's going to be the largest or the longest bridge in Brazil, and it will have the largest cement-free span in the world. Well, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, states that China's strategy in terms of agribusiness in Latin America is marked first and foremost by purchasing existing assets and that will serve to control grain production, logistics, and infrastructure services. So besides infrastructural construction like the bridge, like the railroad, also the logic of investing in infrastructure in Latin America also is valid for the realm of food. So China is also acquiring infrastructure in terms of food in Latin America. Okay, so about what Professor Chun is very interested in studying the Belt and Road Initiative, starting in 2017 with Panama. You have nowadays 19 Latin American countries that joined the Belt and Road Initiative. But it's interesting, it's noteworthy that the largest and the most complex economies of the region, such as Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina, have not joined the initiative. So basically, it's the smaller countries with less complex economies that have joined the initiative. So this is the general outlook about on trade and relations between Latin America and China in the early 21st century. And then I move now to what I'm calling here the first phase of neo-extractivism. So this graph I took from the World Bank website. It shows the participation of industry, including construction, in the GDP of Brazil and Argentina in during 60 years. So from mid 20th century, 1960 to 2020. And what you can see here is the participation of industry going down in the GDP. It's important here to draw attention to the fact that from the 30s on, developmentalist or also labeled populist regimes in countries such as Brazil and Argentina carried out extensive process of import substitution that triggered a vigorous industrialization of these two countries, these two leading countries in this process. The destruction of productive forces in Europe by the World War II specifically created a vacuum of supply that contributes to strengthen these processes. And we can see here between the 70s and the 80s, the participation of the industry in the GDP of Argentina and Brazil peaked up to 50%. So for Argentina, it had a peak a bit earlier in the 70s, and Brazil has a peak in the 80s. But neoliberal policies that set the tone in Latin America in the 90s put forth a process of deindustrialization that since then has shifted the axis of the economy towards other sectors. It didn't happen only in Latin America. If you play with these graphs on the website of World Bank, you can see that it happened in many other countries. And the UK, Scott Lash is not with us yet, but the UK probably is the most striking example of the loss of importance of industry in the GDP. In Latin America, this neoliberalization meant an increase in services, first and foremost connected to the informal market. Formal jobs then disappeared. Brazil and other countries experienced recession. And finally, in 2001, neoliberalism produced its masterpiece in the region, which was the crash of the Argentinian economy. Well, in the aftermath of the collapse of Argentina, moderate left-wing leaders came to power in Latin America as a reaction to neoliberalism's failure in delivering its promises. So you had first, starting in 2003, Lula da Silva in Brazil and Nestor Kirchner in Argentina, Tabaré Vázquez in Uruguay in 2005, Evo Morales in Bolivia in 2006, Rafael Correa in Ecuador in 2007, and Fernando Lugo in Paraguay in 2008. Despite their differences, all these leaders of what was labeled as pink wave, they all held an anti-neoliberal rhetoric. These governments, they came to power amidst what is usually referred to as the commodities boom of the early 21st century, which was, as we all know, chiefly a result of a new developmental cycle of China. So I suggest that we think that the pink wave and the Chinese quest for commodities worldwide had from the start a relationship marked by elective affinities, to borrow an expression from Max Weber. Because the discourse of pink wave leaders invariably portray their relations with China as being, first, economically beneficial, to the extent that it would generate funds to be invested in national development, infrastructure, and poverty reduction. And second, politically strategic, in as much as China, relations with China, partnership with China would be able to counter American imperialism and dependency on the United States, as well as to push the regional and global balance towards multilateralism. So that was from the Latin American leaders' side. On the Chinese side, this first 2 decades of the 21st century saw the birth of a specific foreign trade policy for Latin America and the Caribbean, the so-called White Book for the policy regarding the subcontinent was first published in 2008. This document deploys a rhetoric of South-South cooperation, as well as of economic complementarities and comparative advantages in the trade between China and Latin America. In Latin America, governmental discourse, but also many left-wing scholars adopt such a discourse, posited the trade partnership with China as an opportunity for a new and virtuous developmentalist cycle based on the export of natural resources. However, more critical voices emerging from academia and also from grassroots struggles have called this triumphal optimistic discourse into question. They drew attention to the detrimental environmental and social impacts of agribusiness, mining, and energy generation in different countries in Latin America. Latin America, as we all know, entered colonial capitalist history, providing Europe with sugar, tobacco, and precious metals, and that defined the logic of its colonization exploitation. What happened is that after Latin America's 20th century quest for industrialization, and after neoliberal deindustrialization since the end of the 20th century, those critical voices started to point out that the subcontinent was once again reinforcing its role as a provider of primary products. Then authors like Maristela Svampa, Alberto Acosta, Edgardo Lander, Emiliano Mantovani, and Ariel Slipak put forward the concept of neo-extractivism to characterize the phase of Latin American increasingly reprimarizing societies, once again relying on the export of natural resources as source of revenues, now chiefly to China rather than to Europe. So the partner changes, right? For then, commerce between Latin America, the Caribbean, and China seemed to be consolidating on equal terms of trade, from which new relations of dependency were emerging. Svampa specifically argued that neo-extractivism was supported by what she named the consensus of the commodities in Latin America. That was precisely set in motion by pink tide leaders. I propose then to call this period between the first years of the 21st century and the mid-2010s the first phase of neo-extractivism or progressive neo-extractivism. Based on what I present so far, progressive neo-extractivism might sound rather paradoxical. But despite the continuities, I believe that we can differentiate this phase from the phase that followed it. For the triumphal discourse of pink tide new developmentalism was simplistic, of course, but it was not dishonest. Revenues from the export of primary products were indeed used to fight poverty, providing minimum income and raising minimum salary, and were used also to invest massively in education and infrastructure. Despite grassroots criticism, and they existed, environmental protection was not disregarded in this period. Indigenous and traditional communities were fully acknowledged as legitimate parties in the discussions. Rights were granted and expanded for minorities in general, this all in different countries in Latin America. Three examples coming from Brazil. In 2006, massive deep oil reserves were discovered off the Brazilian coast by the state-owned company Petrobras, putting Brazil on the map of countries that possess considerable reserves of the fossil resource. The Workers' Party, Lula da Silva's party, the Workers' Party governments, both of them, Lula da Silva and Dilma Rousseff, who came after him, made plans to use the revenues generated by the oil for national development and to specifically invest this money in education. Meanwhile, in an arrangement that we can consider as analogous to that of South Korean developmentalism, a few private companies were chosen, supported by the federal government, to become leading global players, mostly from the sectors of agribusiness and construction. And on the international level, the dream of self-determination was materialized in the BRICS, in the creation of which Lula da Silva played a major role. Well, seen for now, it's clear how flawed the pink wave new developmental strategy and discourse were, since they relied on the export of natural resources, which on its turn depended on the commodities boom. And with the end of the commodities boom, by the mid-2010s, the pink tide also came to an end. What I propose then is that if the first or progressive phase of neo-extractivism that started in the first years of the 21st century, if I'm proposing calling it progressive, it is in a position to the second or regressive phase of neo-extractivism that comes into play by then. So the first progressive phase of neo-extractivism overlaps with the boom of commodities, and when the boom of commodities ends, comes into play the second or regressive phase of neo-extractivism. And here I'm going to use the Brazilian case as being the most instructive for this shift, but I also mentioned Bolivia, which does not fall much behind. As some of you or all of you might have followed, Dilma Rousseff, who was Lula Silva's political heir, was removed from office by a parliamentary coup d'etat in 2016. In part because she was unable to cope with economic recession that followed the 2007-2008 crisis, but actually had entered Brazil a few years later. She was unable to cope with economic recession, and she was also politically unskilled. So this are the partial reasons for which this removal from office took place. But following this parliamentary coup d'etat from 2016, right after that, the deep oil reserves were auctioned and acquired by private companies such as Shell, Chevron, ExxonMobil, British Petroleum, BP, and the China National Offshore Oil Company, CNOOC. Moving to Bolivia, the CEO of Tesla, Elon Musk, wrote on his Twitter account following the 2019 parliamentary coup against Evo Morales. He wrote, "We'll coup whoever we want, deal with it." Morales' government had been making it clear that the exploration of Bolivia's large reserves of lithium was to be carried out for the national interest and not to serve the interests of multinational corporations such as Tesla. Back to Brazil, popular discontent that had been behind the massive street protest of 2013, fueled by an aggressive campaign by the big media, bias campaign against the Workers' Party government, unleashed the removal of Dilma Rousseff in 2016, and finally led to the election of extremist right-wing leader Jair Bolsonaro in 2018. Since then, he took office in 2019. Brazil has been presided by a logic of plundering, plundering their aims to become unbridled, to have no limits. The right-wing president has never given up deploying racist words to refer to China and to Chinese, which according to him, according to him, threats Western civilization with communism. But the trade, despite of that, the trade relations between Brazil and China have not been undermined because of this discourse against China. And furthermore, extraction or production of primary goods has been facilitated, and that's the point. Deforestation and fires in the Amazon have been peaking to make room for cattle and soy. Agencies responsible for monitoring it, like the Federal Institute for Environment and the Federal Institute for Aerospatial Research, have been rendered inoperative by political interference. Indigenous people are increasingly under threat, most of it coming from illegal mining, which has not been inhibited under Bolsonaro. Here again, controlling agencies seem to be short-sighted and not see what's happening. Bolsonaro himself was a garimpeiro, which is a freelance miner looking for gold, and he fully supports mining in general, be it legal or not. Among many of the absurd statements that he pronounced every week, he said that indigenous people do not want to own large piece of land just to sit on them as poor. And by saying that, he's attributing to them the logic of capitalist property and wealth, which is not part of their worldview. Under Bolsonaro's government, not 1 square meter of new protected indigenous territories were created, even though there's much to be done in this regard. And as I don't know if you have opportunity to have access to it, but last Thursday, Libération, this French leading left-wing journal, a newspaper, published a long interview with Lula da Silva and wrote an editorial about Bolsonaro's government. And as they said, the destinies of Brazil are presided by a mafia capable of anything to remain in power and get their hands on the riches of the country. So that's the point here. So as final remarks, moving towards the conclusion of my presentation, I propose that while being untenable on the long term, the progressive phase of neo-extractivism was indeed marked by social inclusion as well as further political democratization. And that the regressive phase of neo-extractivism on its turn is characterized by social exclusion and authoritarian drives. In its first phase, neo-extractivism was justified by national development and redistribution within capitalism. In its second phase, it's sheer capitalist predation, sheer private capitalist predation, to be more precise. And I finish my my presentation with this sharing with you this view by Max Weber on the end of the world, how the world's going to end, how capitalism is going to consume the whole planet up to the last ton of fossilized coal. So that's pretty much that. Thank you for the patience of listening to me.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ricardo. That was another excellent, interesting presentation. Now we're going to turn to our third and last speaker, Professor Scott Lash. Are you here, Professor Lash? Hello, Professor Lash?
Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you see me?
We cannot see you.
Weird, because I should start. My video's on.
Let
me. I'll start my video. Here we go. Okay, video started. Can you see me now?
Yes, we can see you. Hi, hello.
Hello. I don't see Alan though, do I?
Oh, he's hiding somewhere, I think. No.
Alan isn't hiding. He's in hiding from the neo-extractivists, I'm sure.
Yes.
Oh, I see Alan's icon, and I saw Alan's face for 1 second, but now he's gone back into hiding and stopped his video. Okay, let me try to get my PowerPoint on so I can share. Thank you very much, Ricardo. I only got the last bit of your paper, but I love the ideas through the extractivism and enjoyed that a lot. God, what am I on? You guys can see me. Okay. I just need to get my PowerPoint on. Oh, there's Alan. How are you doing, Alan? For God's sake. You look so much younger. Good to see you. Yeah. You're muted, Alan. No worries. Alan's muted. Okay. But I'm unmuted, right?
Just go ahead. Just go ahead. We've been waiting for you all day.
Oh, I can hear Alan. Okay. But I'm just trying to get. Hi guys. I'm just trying to get my PowerPoint up. Okay, it's on the screen. Now I've got to share it. I'm trying to figure out how to do it. Let's see.
There's a button on the bottom.
Okay, well, hang on. Share screen. Got it. Share screen. Okay. I've got a Microsoft PowerPoint here on there. I see, the share screen and all the desktop maybe. Why don't I share my desktop? But it won't share. Open system preference. I don't want to allow Zoom to share your screen. Open system preferences, okay. I really do have. I need to share this thing. I sent it to Alan way soon anyway, didn't I? Can you guys get the PowerPoint up?
Yeah, we can do it for.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. Okay.
You see the slide now?
I can see it. Yeah, I can. And if I say just change the slide, you can change the slide. Yeah. First of all, it's great to be back in Taiwan. I feel really bad that I can't be in Taiwan in person, or that none of us can get through the 2-week quarantine, which is just too extreme, isn't it? I mean, if it was a 1-day or 2-day quarantine, okay. And I've been to Taiwan. I mean, I went to Alan's wonderful conference so many years ago, which was the only the second time I started going to China, which I've been in 100 times and ever since, and the Chinese speaking realm, and given lectures in Taiwan. The last time I was giving lectures in Taiwan, I spoke in Mandarin in both Taichung and Tainan and different places. But I feel really bad not being there because I love Taiwan. It just is. Oh goddamn! What happened here? Oh, let me get this. Sorry, guys. This is the problems of Zoom, isn't it? Yeah, everything kind of goes off in your own house. And thanks for organizing this, Alan. It's amazing that you were able to do this in these times of COVID and bring together such a good group of people. I noticed Ned Rossiter somewhere, and I've just been in contact with Brett Nielsen, who I met together with Ned Rossiter many years in Australia, and I actually in contact with Brett about this particular paper that I'm giving today, which I'm obviously not going to read because you can see it's way too long, but I'll try to present some points from it. Yeah, some and the main arguments, which I'm just developing, partly, I mean, reacting to some of Brett Nielsen's comments just a couple of days ago, to make the stuff work together a little better. As you can see, if you those who've read the paper, okay, I'll go through it now. Okay, so yeah, I think it speaks a little bit to the last two papers, to the paper by Professor Liu from, is it Jinan Dashway? Or somewhere in Macau? Alman, somewhere. Yeah, I was a guest professor.
Yeah.
Alman and Jinan.
One is Alman, the other is Guangzhou.
Jinan Guangzhou, Jinan Dashway.
Yeah, Jinan Guangzhou, yeah.
Yeah, I was a guest professor at Jinan a few years ago, not that long ago. In Chuanbo Shui, media studies. Okay, so, oh, and it relates to them because if we're going to look at contemporary capitalism and economy, et cetera, in general, you've almost got to focus on the tech sector and the and ecology, and what's going on with Green New Deal stuff and what people call greenwashing, obviously these days. And also, yeah, and I'm doing in the same volume that I'm going to bringing out of Theory, Culture, and Society with Brett as one of the contributors, and Shang Biao is another, from Wang Mingming, and so is Mauricio Lazzarato, and Lazzarato, who I guess you guys know pretty well in Brazil and in Argentina, has this argument, well, sort of argument, at least implicitly, about capitalism as going from a logic of exploitation and accumulation to a logic of extinction, of extraction and extinction. From exploitation and accumulation to extraction and extinction. And I think that says a lot about what's going on in global capitalism, global economy, in the world. I shouldn't say a world, on Earth. Yeah, not the world. This is a very Earth thing, my paper, and not a world thing, and not a universe thing either. It's very based on Earth, and Earth, a little bit Anthropocene oriented in that sense, and on Earth as, Earth is negentropic, where the universe is totally entropic, right? Earth is negentropic, we'll get to that. Life is negentropic, right? Earth has life, the other planets don't, et cetera. So we'll get through that. get to that. And I think that that's at the heart of it. A negentropy argument, which I used to Schrödinger. Well, Schrödinger invented the word negentropy, but now loads of people pick up on it. And it's around Earth. I mean, obviously, Lovelock and Latour were very aware of this. And the other one is the platform capitalism stuff that Professor Liu was talking about, and algorithms and this paper, I want to talk about natural forms of life, I guess cultural forms of life, and then finally technological or informational forms of life. So it relates both to the natural of Rigateri, right, and to the technological of Professor Liu and his or her colleague. I don't even know if it's a man or a woman. It doesn't matter.
He,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that I think probably a couple of people that read it, not quite in the paper, but it's implicitly in the paper, but it's here. Right. Because I'm trying to work out how this kind of works. And let's say, and my way into it was look at these two quotes from Clausewitz. War is the continuation of politics by different means. Clausewitz. Culture is the continuation of nature by different means, I think. War is not an independent phenomenon. Culture is not an independent phenomenon. So this, it's kind of, Alan, who knows this stuff backwards and forwards, is an anthropologist, and I suppose some of the others, Stacy and others, knowing all the debates around, which I'm not going to go into, around Descola and so many anthropologists, it's your dot, right? This doesn't see nature and culture as merging or as opposites or a binary, but somehow, I see now, Shiding Liu. Hello, Professor Liu. You're the Jinan Dashway guy, right?
I'm in Macau.
You're the almond guy, the almond one.
Oh, yeah,
I know almond. I spent so many years in Hong Kong at Zhongming Daiho and at Changsha Dashway and just people in Hong Kong, and work with my Yo Hui, who was my PhD, is in Hong Kong now. Yeah, Shu Yu. Okay, finishing. So my way in to this was, and hello to Ned, who I saw, is the, okay, so what I'm going to say has, I think, implications for nature culture. Yeah. And for understanding not nature as the opposite of culture, not a binary, but also not a monism. Where nature is culture and culture is nature and that kind of stuff, which you see a lot of people arguing, right? But where nature kind of shades into culture, stacks and shades into culture. And in a certain way, culture even shades into technology, or social forms of life shade into technological forms of life. So things like AI and a million other things. And I'm sure Professor Liu and the students that I had at Hong Kong universities were all mainlanders, but just about all are very aware of. They're so heavy into AI, which is fascinating. Okay, so basically, my way into this was writing a book with Anthony Fung from Chinese U of Hong Kong on infrastructure. And okay, the next page, right? Thank you. Very, very, very intuitive. Okay, why don't we just follow the PowerPoint? I mean, my way into it was doing, I wrote a couple big chapters of the book already. It's called, what's it called? It's called China and Infrastructure Power, basically. Yeah, China and Infrastructure Power. And the subtitle is something like Cultural Logistics. Cultural Logistics and Infrastructure Power is the title. Subtitle, China and Cultural Logistics. Okay. Okay. And in doing that, I wrote two big chapters on the old Silk Road, which you'll see stuff in. And yeah, I mean, China is for me, not for me, for loads of people, China is the infrastructure society. In terms of investment, Idailu, the ports, the railways, the metro, rapid transport in cities, it's just incredible. The Wuhan railway stations are just mind-blowing, and the others. So there's a whole just ridiculous amounts of investment in infrastructure now. And of course, I'm not going to go into the detail. You guys know this stuff. Chinese geopolitics, of course, the Idailu, the whole Silk Road, New Silk Road, geopolitics or politics of infrastructure. Yeah, and I've been, I know Ned's stuff very well, and of course, yeah. So on logistics. Yeah, Three Gorges Dam, which is quite extraordinary. It's in the western bit of Hubei, which you've all probably seen. But the point is, when I was doing work on the old Silk Road, et cetera, 2 big chapters on this stuff, China always was the infrastructure society. It always was. The Great Wall, the Grand Canal, the Silk Road, on and on. Three Gorges Dam. Next picture. Next slide. So what's infrastructure? So what I did when I wrote these chapters, I saw that that when you looked at hugely the Huai, which I'll get to in a moment, distinction between Han and the steppe nomads from Mongolia, Manchuria, even the Uyghurs historically from Xinjiang, had to do with what was underneath the infrastructure, and what's underneath the infrastructure, or the infrastructure in the Silk Road. The Silk Road was for trade, right? And the Great Wall is to separate the steppe nomads, right, from the Han. But at the bottom of this infrastructure was the biome. The biome, okay? B-I-O-M-E. What's the Chinese word for biome? I have it upstairs, up on one of the slides. You guys probably know it. It's a community of biological organisms, technically, but we'll get to it later. But it's also about the soil and the kind of geosphere and everything else as well, big time underneath the, that's part and parcel of the biome. So not just biological organisms, but it's very much geological. It's very much atmospheric, and big time, as we know, hydrosphere, because so much of this has to do with hydraulic, to go back to the old Wittfogel stuff, which, the more you look at it, the more you see how important, for example, irrigation was. So, yeah, if you're going to, for Marxists, which I'm still quite sympathetic to Marx in a lot of ways, the slide before, that underneath the, one more slide previous. Yeah, structure and superstructure, right? Beneath the structure is the infrastructure. Beneath, you've got the superstructure, ideology and politics. You've got the economic structure. Underneath the structure is the infrastructure. Power stations, electricity grids, airports, all these things we know about. National railways, urban underground stations, roads, electric car charge. Now we got an ecologically refitted infrastructure, and of course, informationally restructured infrastructure. Maybe talk that a bit later. But under Marx's economic structure is the infrastructure. But what is under the infrastructure? Well, underneath the infrastructure is the biome. Where does the Bronze Age bronze come from? The Iron Age iron, fossils for fuels. It's got to do with the biome. Okay, so all these biomes are underneath the infrastructure. And so what I'm talking about is the biome politics here, which is not just so much, not even so much a politics of, also a politics how people live the different biomes, but about the biomes themselves as political actors. Okay. And the big ones, of course, the alluvial plain, the Huanghe, setting up the distinction, the big one between the steppes and the alluvial plain, but also the desert, the oases, the Los Plateau, Shanxi and Xi'an and Gansu, and that massive Los Plateau in the northwest of China, which was kind of where China was the Han when we're militarily strong, and of course, as distinct from, and sometimes in opposition to the alluvial plain, which is the heart of the North China Plain, which is, a very different set of affairs. Rainforest, coniferous forest up in Siberia. Heilongjiang is coniferous forest. All these are biomes. Changjiang, a little bit more of a tropical biome, where you grow rice, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So, okay, now what I understand biome, and I think everybody would have to, that it's a question, not just a community of organism, which is a technical definition, but it's geological, it's hydrological, atmospheric, et cetera. It's Gaia or Earth without being without trying to be reductionist in any way. Next slide, please. Oh, the biomes and Han identity, big time, right? Horseback archers, the steppes versus the alluvial plain, basically. One raiding the other all the time, one buying off the other time and time again. And yet, you see this in the Huai distinction, where China starts defining the Han identity as distinct from and against the Yi, which is kind of quasi-barbarian, the horseback nomads from the north. And this famous statement, I think it's in the records of the great historian, that the nomads are not Li, and it's not Li, they're not Li Yi. They're not Li Yi. Sorry, I got it backwards. I put Li. They're not Li Yi, which means, which are the Confucian virtues, right? Ren, not Ren, Ren, Yi, Li, Jie, Xin. And Li and Yi really drive the virtues. They're the kind of core of the virtues. And the nomads weren't, and this defines Chineseness. Sorry. In a major way, which is probably a lot of Alan Chun's critique of Chineseness over the years. Next, please. Right, okay. Here's the heart of it. Okay, so what happened is that doing this biome stuff made me think about, what's at the heart of the biome. And conversations with, Bernard Stiegler, the technology guy, and others, just before he died, getting into Alan Turing's late work, where Turing makes the move to his early work, it's kind of the algorithm and the kind of much more physical stuff, to the late work is Turing as theoretical biologist, Turing on morphogenesis. So he's moving into this kind of direction, this kind of organic Alan Turing, the late Turing. And the great thing about Schrödinger, of course, the quantum physicist, is he makes the move from the quantum physics to the organic, big time. And his great book, What is Life? And it's Schrödinger's What is Life, which influenced Crick and Watson, during their discovery of the double helix in DNA of what is life. Okay. So when you look at, that's right. Yeah, this is from the Irish Times. And they put womanizer, which I thought was kind of weird and interesting. But yeah, as he was, an amazing guy. Okay, back to the one before, I think. Slide before. Yeah, this is the kind of key to it. And it's funny because I came across something in Latour's Gaia, where he's quoting, it's on Lovelock, on James P. Lovelock, where Lovelock is a chemist, right? So we're talking about Lovelock saying that all the planets, in his Gaia thing, all the planets are at chemical equilibrium. Only Earth is at a chemical disequilibrium. Now, why is Earth at a chemical disequilibrium? Because only Earth has life. It's life that's governing this neg entropy. And Schrödinger invented the word neg entropy. Yeah, of course, everybody's presuming thermodynamic entropy in the universe. A Big Bang and all that is entropic, but life, and to a large extent, Earth, is negentropic. Of course, the Anthropocene is trying to kill that off big time, as the kind of extractivism that Ricardo's talking about. Right. So entropy is thermodynamics, right? Entropy is disintegration, it's disorganization, disorder. So the universe is entropic. Earth is, in principle, negentropic. Other planets, no life, no organic matter. Physical matter, and this is the heart of Schrodinger's argument, because he goes from the quantum mechanics, which is the molecular quantum mechanics of thermodynamics, from thermodynamics, and works towards the organic, works towards morphogenesis, which are the origin, which in the broad sense are the origins of life. That Turing is also gets obsessed with morphogenesis, the late Alan Turing from 51, 52, maybe even a year earlier or two. Okay, so right, yeah. Why is organic matter negentropic? And here's the key word: it's organization. More than complexity, it's organization, because of the very high organization of its molecules. So we're moving into kind of a chemical molecular biology, and also a chemical, as it were, molecular physics from the quantum mechanics. It's negentropic because of the very high organization of its molecules. We're just a million times more organized and larger than physical matter molecules like H2O and other molecules of physical matter. So DNA, RNA, and protein, the stuff of life, are the biggest molecules around, and they're incredibly organized, which is Schrodinger's point. Here it says complexity maybe once. He says organization many times. And I think that's key. The key, organization, organic. To be organic, you've got to be organized. To be alive, it's got to be organized. I think the same thing goes for information. We'll see that in a moment. Next, please. Oh, good old Schrodinger. Okay. Yeah, these are the largest molecules around and the most organized. And here's the next point is, for Schrodinger, and I don't think just Schrodinger, and I kind of agree, that they are organized to the point at which organic matter and not mere physical matter has purposiveness, intention. Alan keeps using, very interesting, using the word governance and governmentality, and Foucault does, but so does Schrodinger. He uses the word governs. Yeah, the organic matter can govern, and it does through governing its reproduction and through governing its own metabolism, metabolization. Yeah, through kind of taking in nutrition, yeah, metabolization, metabolism, and through reproduction. It governs like that. That's how they organize. It's organized to a point at which organic matter, physical matter isn't, is purposive. It has intention. The last time I gave a paper 4 years ago at Joyce's seminar, maybe 5, in or maybe it was even 5 or 6, in at your university, Taichung, at your university, Jiao Tong University. I gave a paper on Kant's third critique, which I won't go into, but of course the third critique is about the organic. It's about Zweckmäßigkeit, about purposiveness. Well, this is, and Kant was reading all the biologists at the time. Well, matter becomes purposive here. And in fact, matter does become purposive. It becomes organic, it becomes purposive. And as it does so, it becomes governed. It governs. It governs its own metabolizing and its own reproduction, the two forms of where it's governing. Metabolizing, which is largely bringing in organic matter, or it's chemicalized organic matter in food, and which is highly organized matter itself, and it has progeny, it reproduces. Physical matter doesn't. It's about organization, it's about governing, it's about intentionality. Next, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Right, and this kind of, I think, says something also about information systems, which we'll get to later a bit, or you can make the kind of inference yourselves. Okay, and it comes from with ecological thinking, systems theory comes back huge, ecological systems, and in information theory also, systems comes back big time. And for me, the best thinker in all this is this guy, some of you have heard of him, Maturana, autopoietic systems, that's self-building systems. I guess that stuff's important in a number of countries. So, and there's two really important things. We'll get to viruses for a moment here, which everybody knows a little bit, we all know about now, because they really help to understand this stuff. That, that for life, living systems, and you get this in the information theory of Donna Haraway and Catherine Hales and others, that living systems are, they're involved in structural coupling. One, structural coupling, and second, operational closure. I've got operationally closed here. You're open in your structural coupling. You take in nutrients and metabolize nutrients. I put metabolize nutrients, same with information. But you've got to be closed, operationally closed, to keep your integrity at the same time. Okay. I mean, when you look at viruses, you kind of see it, because viruses are not fully organic. They're quasi-organic. They're not completely organic. They're partly, yes, are viruses life? Well, they're death, we know that. Are they life? Well, there's arguments around that. Yes and no at the same time. Okay, viruses are not, they do take in nutrients. They do reproduce. So in that sense, they're open, but they aren't. They're open, but viruses in a sense are not. They are not, because they can only metabolize or reproduce somewhere else. They can only metabolize and reproduce in us, in hosts. Yeah, they have to use your metabolism. They have to use your reproduction in order to reproduce. And that's largely because viruses are not operationally closed. No cell nucleus, no proper cell membrane. So in that way, they're not completely organized, not completely organic, in the sense of not being operationally closed. God, I have my spelling here. Sorry about that. They metabolize and reproduce, but only by parasiting your system. They use your metabolism. Virus is not organized enough to be fully organic, not yet fully life, yet they can cause death, which I think is interesting in understanding what is meant by organized and organism here, or in Schrödinger, or just in general. Okay, next, please. Next. Yeah, this is the key slide, the one I just did. If you can understand that, you're there. Right. So what we're talking about is morphogenesis, the origins of life. Schrödinger, in what his life, moving from the from quantum physics and its its absence of straight reproduction to the negentropy to organic negentropy, and morphogenesis, which is the genesis of form. Morphe is form. Morphogenesis. Organisms, form needs organization. This organization is also form. Turing called it, they all called it morphogenesis. Schrödinger is writing about morphogenesis. Even the great and very eccentric Joseph Needham wrote a book on morphogenesis and biochemistry and morphogenesis, but he meant individual morphogenesis. Okay, so form equals organization here. Life equals a negentropy. What do all these systems do? What are their operations? Their operations are to live, to maintain, and to expand and enhance their organization through nutrients and through reproduction. So viruses cannot fully govern their own systems. That is, they can't sustain their own negentropy, yet they can govern your system. So we're talking about what Alan's talking about, governance. So governing the self, or the organism doing self-governing, which is at stake here. And it is autopoiesis at the same time for, Luhmann, Maturana, which is, you're not just self-organizing, but you're self-building. Poiesis, poetic, you're self-making. Poiesis is a making, you're self-making. And viruses can't do all this stuff. Yet what's interesting is how governance and governing winds up governing somewhere else. The virus can govern us, it can't govern itself. It can kill us, it can govern us, but it can't govern itself. So kind of governing other and governance and governing, I think, is really important in this. And it's also about organization, big time. So they're not fully forms of life, viruses. They're not even fully forms. They haven't got the closure that makes them forms. Okay, forms of life are forms of negentropy. Okay, so then the step, and this Brett Nielsen was saying, you've got to make it clearer, or not clearer, but make it work better. But it does work. If you're a bit of a Darwinian, how do you move from forms of natural life to forms of cultural or social life? Wittgenstein, right? So these are autopoietic forms, self-governing or self-making forms of social life are also self-making, a bit of self-poiesis there. Next, please. Right. Cultural forms of life too have to be negentropic. I mean, how many times has China disintegrated, but always recombined every time in, a disintegration with a dynasty. Fucking hell. No. Geez, sorry, excuse me. Bloody Van Rental rang me. When you're at home, and I wish I was in Taiwan, what you get is people delivering every moment and bringing a van around and one, never mind. Okay. Right. Cultural forms must be negentropic too. So species extinction, societal extinction. Yeah. You have to be organized not to be made extinct. China goes through all these phases, right? So many dynasties, partly through fragmenting, the Han fragmentation, and often through, so many times through invasion from the north. So they must be organized. And if you want to make the transition from, again, this is really crude, and I'm not an anthropologist, I'm a social theorist, as you guys all know, from nature to culture in this sense, from natural to cultural forms of life, okay? Think about hunters and gatherers. But when you look closely at hunters and gatherers, you wonder why so many people went to Siberia and so many people went to England. I mean, the most important, I partly work in this Oxford Center of Migration. The most important, there's as much climate migration now as there is political migration. But there always was climate migration. Indeed, Homo sapiens all out-migrated from England during the glacial maximum, during the Ice Age. Yeah? Then they came back, 8,000, 9,000 BC. Why'd they come back? They came back at the beginning of the Holocene. They didn't plant and do all these wonderful things that the Chinese did. They came back and organized collectively to hunt and eat megafauna. Yeah, the megafauna take the places of the mega mammals, take place of the dinosaurs over a couple 30, 40, 50, 60 million years. And there were woolly mammoths, and they collectively hunted and ate woolly mammoths. Energetic, huge energetic and protein dividends there. And it happened so many places why people went north there to where the megafauna were. You can't sustain yourself very well in a rainforest. Yeah. Okay, that's not an argument for eating meat, please. I think we have better sense now that to eat so much meat, but then you had to, I think. Anyway, it wasn't you, it was Homo sapiens, but Homo sapiens were nature too. From natural culture forms, cultural. Okay, we got that. Yeah, next, please. Yeah, when does natural forms of life and the biome itself, because the biomes are natural forms of life, the alluvial plain biome, grasslands, the desert, which is sand, right? Sand, silt, and clay is a lot of this stuff. Salt, Laos in the northwest of China has a lot of silt in. Okay. When do natural forms of life become cultural? At which point? Well, I guess I like to think of it as gradual and kind of stacks and kind of shading into and blending into. Is it animism? Maybe. Elementary forms of religious life to be Durkheimian, which I'm really not, but he's a pretty smart guy. Well, yeah, in a sense, because in animism, you've got souls, right? There are souls everywhere in nature. And souls live on and are intergenerational. So in order to have the kind of reproduction that Schrodinger talks about, generational stability, religion does that stuff. This is before the domestications, of course. And this is my stuff, as Alan noticed, is very James C. Scott. It doesn't take a genius, and Alan is incredibly bright. But other people didn't. Owen Lattimore and James C. Scott. Before Brett noticed it too, Nielsen. Before the domestications and after fire, before the great domestication, Scott talks about, and so many others. But what's interesting is you only get infrastructure in the Holocene. You only get infrastructure with the rivers, and China was the third, wasn't it? It was Mesopotamia, the Nile Valley, the Nile, probably the Indus a little bit before the Yellow River, but not too much. Yeah, maybe 500 years before. And then the Yellow River in China, the big four, right? They built the infrastructure. They did the literacy. The original infrastructure is bloody irrigation. They irrigated this stuff and they flood control right from the start, all of them. And you only get this with the great domestications of millet and all these other things. So yeah, souls do not die. So souls in that sense, and animism is negentropic. And souls are in reproduction here. They give integrity and operational closure to a culture. And a culture is a way of doing. Okay. Okay. Now, in the models you come across, the autopoiesis notion that Hales uses very, very explicitly, and Haraway does it, but she does it through not having read it, I think, but just does it instinctively or naturally. Which this Chulucine or whatever she talks about happens through communications and opening and structural coupling, which Hales is well aware of and which is invented by Maturana, Luhmann, and so many others, and the autopoietic literature. So structural coupling, you have to open up and structurally couple. Next, please. I think we're almost done. Next.
Okay, Professor Lash, I'm sorry, you have to wrap up. You have to wrap up if you could move to your conclusion.
Yeah,
please. Thank
to
you.
exist, you need a cell membrane. Said this already. Metabolizing, reproducing, but it's also exchanging all the time through the structural coupling. This stuff you guys know, and I'd mentioned it already. You get not just organization, but of course you get stratification, big time. It is an evolutionary model that you have to use here. I think you have to use some kind of Darwinian, quasi-Darwinian model, even for you build infrastructure. Did I say anything about this least informational? One more time, one more. Is there another slide? One more slide. Please, one more slide. Oh, thank you. Only that through another kind of, I guess, evolution, you have some kind of evolution and movement towards technological or informational forms of life, which, Turing talks about in his morphogenesis. And you get it in AI. And you get it in AI only when machines can become intentional. Searle's Chinese room. Information machines have a syntax, but not a semantics. And that was the direction that Turing was working in too. So So what I'm trying to say is that a lot, you could hear, but in a sense, not very much. That Biome-Politics, to understand infrastructure, China, the infrastructure society, Biome-Politics, which is also the politics of the biome, and that this is a shading, and it's about organization that leads from natural to social or cultural to kind of more or less informational or technological forms of life. So that was the theory of everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Lash. That was a very interesting presentation. Sorry that I had to rush you a little bit. We'll have to get out of this.
I was done. I was done. I was done. I was done.
And we still have 1 more hour. So, but why don't we take a break, Alan? Can we take a 5 minutes or 10 minutes? You make the call. Maybe we want to leave enough time for questions and discussions. So how about a 5-minute quick toilet break? Is that okay with everyone? Okay, so let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll have plenty of time for discussion. Yeah. All right, are all the speakers back? If you are, please turn on your camera. Okay, I see Professor Liu. And I think I saw Professor Songling. He's also here. Oh, yeah, okay. Hi, Alan said we should perhaps give you 5 to 10 minutes to perhaps if you want to speak to the audience. Oh, or do you want to say something? Yes, Professor Song.
Thank you. I'm actually in the corridor of my office, and it's very, very noisy here. That's why I'm wearing the mask. I think Professor Liu would have covered it pretty well for our presentation. So I'm just here to provide any additional information. I'm more familiar with the context of mainland China, having grown up here and I'm right now living here. So if the audience, any members of the audience have any questions about our presentation and topic, I would be happy to address them.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so Professor Lash is also back, and who's missing? Ricardo, are you here? Maybe he's not back yet. Maybe we'll wait a little bit, but, and Alan, are you here?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay, here you are. It's behind me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, perhaps we can start. Anyone, if you have a question, maybe you raise your hand. There's a raise hand button, and then I'll point to you and you can open up your mic and directly voice your question. So we'll take questions. We have about 45 minutes for questions, Q&A. So who would like to start?
Well, this might sound impossible, and it probably will be. But I was struck by, if I may, is that okay? Yeah.
Yes,
yeah, I was really interested actually in the sort of connections that can be drawn in a way between Xiding and Songling's paper and Scott's, strange as that might sound. Of course, they're vastly different papers. But the striking thing for me about the first paper was, what it sort of might mean to think conceptually and analytically if we attend to the terms specific to the operational logics of the media in question in your paper. And so part of the challenge, it seemed to me, in describing contemporary political conditions is precisely to get outside of the language of modern political theory. I think this is the analytical conceptual struggle we seem to be kind of returning to a few times today. Language of the state, of population, of hegemony. As much as that's difficult in situations with powerful state other actors. So in other words, how to find other kind of logics and limits, albeit ones that have their own specific cultural, political genealogies. So in the case of the media sheeting that you look at, what would it mean to write a media theory here that talks about partitions, files, procedures, correlations, and their codification of subjectivity, which you were talking about in terms of affect and things like this. Where might that get us in speaking about new modes of power and their force in the world that don't have us kind of become hamstrung in a way by defaulting to this modern political theoretical language, hegemony and so forth. Because it seems like there's so much more going on in thinking contemporary geopolitics and geoeconomics. And this is the connection to Scott's paper. When he's wanting to think, something like eco-logistics, to think power in this temporal horizon that connects contemporary kind of operations with these underlying deep geological histories and forces. starts to invite the real struggle to find a new analytical language. So I guess it's more of a comment, I'm sorry, rather than question, but an attempt to kind of bridge both of those papers and sort of build out, draw out some of the implications here and so forth. So I'll just put that on the table, I guess, just to start things, if it's okay.
Thank you. Professor Song, would you like to? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
We can hear
Sorry,
you.
this is my internet. My internet kept dropping. I think one thing that's that really sort of struck me with Scott's presentation is when he talked about the virus. I attended, I think, another talk earlier, which talked about how you see a virus, right? How you perceive a virus, because it's not seen. It's not seen by the human eye, cannot be seen by the human eye. So I think it bears a similarity when we talk about the virus and when we talk about algorithms, when people get in touch with the health code. And that's why we use the idea of the algorithmic imaginary to describe how people encounter different kinds of political power when it comes to something that you cannot. I think this is the issue of big data. You cannot see or feel. I think that bears some similarities with the virus. You have probably illustrations of the virus. You have narratives about its damage and its danger, but you do not really have your perception of the virus is built on a whole round of another imaginaries and narratives around it, right? So I think that for us is the sort of problem that we started with. That is, how do people encounter algorithms when they are being governed by big data? And I think that's sort of the connection that we can build when we talk about virus and probably also algorithmic governance.
Okay, thank you. Professor Lash, yeah, would you like to respond to the next question?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, a lot. First, say hello to Joyce, who I haven't seen for a while, and I love her work's amazing. Right. I thought Ned said some pretty interesting things there in terms of how to rethink politics without political theory. I think he was saying, and through kind of ideas like the file, the procedure. Well, Brett talks about operation all the time, through operations. And we're trying to organize a little seminar. Maybe a couple of you could join in Berlin. Shang Biao, Biao Chang, the anthropologist who's gone from Oxford to the Max Planck, who's picked up all these kind of media theory concepts, like channel, maybe operation, procedure, maybe even, the kind of stuff that Ned was talking about. But I suppose the virus is, and then geopolitics becomes as much geological politics as geographical politics, right? And the virus itself, well, the virus is a political actor, isn't it, too? And an interesting one, because it's one that, it's not a biome, but it's like a biome in the sense that it's organic and inorganic at the same time. Where a biome is so much based on soil, humus, detritus, and all sorts of stuff that's not organic in a biome, right? At its basis, as well as the more organic material, and a virus is kind of on this borderline, so yeah, I think all these are really important, and I think Ned used the word operator a couple of times too, which is Brett uses a lot. So what is the operationality of it? What are the important operations going on here? What are these? I've been, for so many years, what do they mean by operationally closed, for a system? Which are the operations that are closed? Which are the operations that you have to be closed to do? And the big ones for the big ones would be, reproduction and metabolism of some sort. But no, that would be the coupling. The operations would be, would be how to maintain neg entropy, like a political party. One of you guys was talking about how the Communist Party or the party state. How do you the Alman guy? How do you maintain this neg entropy? How do you avoid extinction? So I think that these are important kind of concepts that we have to reach outside of normal political theory, which is obviously very important, to kind of algorithm, virus, operator, and other kinds of not just informational, but ecological concepts, extinction, extraction. Yeah. So I think the length, and we're doing it, and I think, but it's a kind of a forced march, with the virus, with all sorts of things to work through some of these categories.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions to the presenters? I know Derek asked a question to Ricardo through chat, and I think that's been answered already, but any other questions to any of the presenters?
Well, if a presenter can ask the other presenters, I would have one for each paper. May I?
Please.
So the paper by Ling Song, and where is the co-author? I lost him.
He's got the mask.
Yeah. So it's about the idea of securitization. I read the text, the paper you sent, and I saw the presentation, and it's still not clear to me. It seems to be used interchangeably towards securitization and security. So why exactly using securitization? Is it more like a process? And then you distinguish that from security, or basically they are very close and we could use any of them? So that was my question. And a question to Scott Lash. It's a very simple question that maybe will take you another 30 years to respond. But I was very interested when in the beginning of your presentation, you said, oh, maybe we should see capitalism from now on as based in extraction and extinction rather than exploitation and accumulation. If you could elaborate a bit more, the idea seems very interesting to me. So if you could elaborate a bit more about that, it'd be great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that great question. Is there any other question? Maybe we can accumulate some questions. If not, I'll just have the presenters answer the question. Any questions? Okay, then let's go first to Professor Liu and Professor Song.
Okay. Maybe Songling, you want to add something?
Yeah, that's a great explanation in itself. I'll just add that the term also has a financial spin on it. If you look at if you look up the term securitization, you maybe have the articles about funds and trusts and so on and so forth. We reference to Gladys Strong's theorization of the social credit system in China, especially in platforms. Yeah, so I think it has that sense of security, both individual and state, but then it's also a sort of more dynamic a process that's being negotiated as it develops at multiple levels.
There is a question for Ricardo in the chat room.
Yes, but before we go to that, I think there was a question to Professor Lash, and let's
yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting because securitization, I think, also has to do with something like operational closure, whatever that is, you know, which is a kind of a biological media sort of term that reinforces a system cannot be a system without operational closure. So in a sense, a virus isn't. A virus does, but it is not. It doesn't really exist, but yet it exists because it's not operationally closed. No membrane. You know, the party has a membrane, an important one. It's got a nucleus, right? The Chang Weiwei and all that kind of stuff. You know, in politics. So securitization's got to do with that. I mean, I want to throw the question back onto Ricardo. But before I do, I just want to say a little thing that the kind of model that if you follow this kind of organic thinking enough, then you understand Darwin, which it's got to be Darwinian somehow, yeah. Which the mechanical isn't, right? Even though Darwin didn't deal with the molecules, but nonetheless, molecular biology can be Darwinian. In that it's got to be Darwinian in that the big thing is at some point, matter becomes so organized, it becomes intentional, right? It becomes purpose, it governs itself and other things, and it becomes intentional. It becomes purposive, right? And I understand natural selection like that, which most people don't, because most people put a straight causal, much more mechanistic model onto it. You know, that somehow niches select. Niches are intentional, and species are on some level intentional. You know, through there can neg entropic, as it were, kind of operations and couplings. But your question, which is a great one, I want to throw it back onto you. Yeah, how can you imagine understanding extraction and extinction? You keep coming across extraction so much more now these days than just exploitation, right? And it's so much stuff that's used unconsciously everywhere, isn't it? And extinction rebellion, you know, the 5 or 6 extinctions, thinking in a species way. I don't know. I want to throw that back onto you, Ricardo, about extraction and extinction. Yeah.
Okay, his returning favor to you, Ricardo. You can.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm asking your question back to you because you can answer it a hell of a lot better than I can.
No, give me another 30 years and I'll answer. But for now.
No. What are your instincts? What are you thinking about thinking?
No. For now, I really think it has to do, I mean, with this idea that capitalism has been a system that in the end is gonna destroy its own basis. Now, the basis being this you were calling biome, because this is being used to build infrastructure and it's used for construction and for destruction. And so that's what called my attention when you said that, because it's pretty much, let's say, I never elaborate like that, but it's pretty much the way I see, you know, and he has been, let's say, warned by Marx and the Marxists for some time, I would say, but nobody exactly knew what shape it would take in the end. And maybe now we are seeing the how it's happening. So I would go this way, you know. Yeah.
So for you, infrastructure itself is a mode of extraction and extinction.
Well, if you consider to build a bridge, you are using cement. Now you are using the natural stuff. So yes, yes. I mean, it's at least based in extractivism, no? I would say. And maybe just came to my mind now, maybe we are seeing regarding the biome now what capitalism has been doing for the past like 100 years or more. I mean, technological development is destroying it's getting rid of the base of value, which is labor. So capital doesn't need labor anymore because value is each more produced by less people, and maybe now the system's getting rid of the physical base of its existence itself. I'll go.
Yeah, this megafauna that we are has actually changed the biomes, hasn't it? In China, desertification, right, is moving from clay and silt to sand, destroying the biome. Yeah. Like you're indicating.
There's one thing you talk about desertification. I don't know if you all have seen that, but in the past few weeks in Brazil, in the very area, the richest area for crops in Brazil, monocultures, of course, it's like sugarcane and orange, only that. In the past few weeks, we had sandstorms like the ones you have in the desert. And this is showing clearly announcing clearly what is to come to that area that has relied on the production of orange for producing juice to export to the US, and sugar for the whole world, for Brazil, the whole world, and alcohol as fuel for cars. We have a huge program for alcohol as car fuel in Brazil. And now, let's say nature is claiming its space back. I mean, many towns were like, day became night, like in daytime, and many towns were hit by this massive sandstorms, which was something very impressive.
Yeah, Berlin with Beijing, which is meant to be Hubei, right? Huanghe, right? Gets sandstorms.
Can I come in? I wanted to come in on this relation between organization and stratification that Scott, when you're talking about organization as a driving principle of your thought here, you said you get a lot of stratification too. And you know, if I stay within the terms with which I'm familiar, which is the modern political theory that Ned says that we're trying to break out from. I think, trained in that, I was always told to be suspicious of stratification, because that's, social stratification, that's what sociologists do. There's nothing like a conception of class for itself or a political subject in a theory of social stratification. And also within that space, the debate on political organization it's fraught with these horizontal and vertical metaphors, right? But it seems that, there is a stratification in what you're doing. There are strata. There's a superstructure, the structure, the infrastructure, and the biome. And, but it doesn't seem like this is like a turtles all the way down kind of Clifford Geertz thing going on with these different, I don't know if we call them strata or planes or levels or what you want to call them in this instance. But, we could always push this. We could always say, well, what's below the biome? What's below the humus? We get the mantle. you know, the plate tectonics, like really important for geopolitics. I mean, it's all brewing down there with the melted rocks. And what's above the superstructure? You know, I mean, can we ask that question without getting theological or, you know, spiritual in some sense, or animist? So, I mean, where do you cut it? There's a frame here that has to sit to bring the analysis into play.
I don't really have any. You don't really. You know, I don't have any answers, but I can speculate a little bit on what you're saying. Tiny bit. I mean, yeah, geological stratification is important. You know, and plate tectonics. I mean, you know, the biggest debate in politics in North London is about the incinerator that 8 boroughs are building in Edmonton.
Where I live too, it's the same.
It's incinerator politics. And, you know, you've got XR who's driving it, Extinction Rebellion, and, you know, Labor is trailing along behind, and the Greens are in between, and this kind of stuff. And, but it is that kind of politics. It's a politics around infrastructure, as Professor Liu was saying, Xiding, that infrastructure, building the incinerator has incredible ecological consequences. Dreadful. You know, a million things. First of all, the building. Secondly, we've got to import waste, right, to make it work, to make it pay for itself. And it's kind of interesting that when you go to meetings these days, in my day, when I was 25, it was always sociologists or political theorists. These days, climate scientists. People always invite architects and climate scientists, and they turn up and they tell you the stuff, and you're sitting and you're taking notes and stuff and figuring all this stuff out. Climate scientists, people that work the geological stuff. So it is usually important, isn't it? I think politically. And what's above the superstructure? That's a good one. You could argue that AI is somehow, you know, that that there's a, you know, if you're going to be a really crude Darwinian, which I am in a lot of ways, except somehow that societies evolve in this kind of informational organization, you know, Shannon, you know, noise and signal and all this stuff, right? Where signal is the semantics, right? And the noise is, and I think that, AI is moving in this kind of direction, I think, and new media, as modes of, I suppose, modes of us trying to fight against extinction somehow, and not very successfully, because it probably winds up causing, well, a lot of people have been working on this, including yourselves, Ned, and people on, you know, the whole kind of IT residues and everything, and it winds up leading often to more extraction, right? Rather than less. Yeah. So it's kind of pessimistic, I guess. Yeah, but that would be above the superstructure, I guess.
Okay, we have 10 more minutes. I think Professor Ned is asking everyone a question. Is it an open question to everyone? Or do you want to elaborate your question?
Oh, no need to elaborate. It operates in the margins of the comments. It's pretty much, it's there, I guess, just a thought as this discussion's going along.
All right.
Just.
Yes.
Yeah, it's all good points, yeah. Yeah, the only thing that I could slightly contribute more from terms of what Ned and what Ned's saying, and in terms of what Brett was saying about operability and operation, is somehow that from this kind of organicism, which my paper is coming from somehow, yeah, purposive nature type stuff, you know, leading right up to purposive culture, information, blah, blah. That in terms of what is an operation, which is the hardest question, as we all know. It seems like, you know, there's a guy in Berlin, Wolfgang Schäfner, talks about operations, but a lot of his are kind of mathematical operations, you know, are operators, like the plus and the minus and the division sign are all operators, right? Between numbers, which I think is a very different kind of operator than this kind of systems operator that I and maybe a number of it, obviously, media theory and stuff talks about, right? Well, it depends which media theory you're talking about. You know, the slightly more kind of structural coupling, organicist media theory, in which the operation are things like maybe the way that systems close, maybe the ways that systems couple, you know, which are very different than kind of a mathematical or maybe a technical, or maybe even a technical operator. And yeah, I mean, I think in IT that's usually important, right? Isn't it? Because, you know, because IT keeps making that move, the information sector keeps making that move back and forth between the kind of more mechanistic engineering thinking and the more organistic thinking, late Turing versus early Turing, or machine syntax versus machine semantics. You know, John Searle, the machine can do the syntax, but can't do the semantics. And the big question is, you know, not that it never would be able to do the semantics, but that sort of question is, but that they seem to involve very different kinds of operations. You know, one are kind of more or less autopoietic, and the others just as important, I think, are the engineering ones are just as important. And, you know, 80%, 60%, the best media theory is often engineering, algorithms, for example. Yeah, you know, what are the operators? Again, big question. I think maybe this helps a tiny bit, but maybe not. You know.
political in the sense that it connects to and it articulates the politics of purity, which becomes a political metaphor to understand the connection between the current regime and the 60s. I mean, China. Okay, so, well, it's very random and, very messy, but just my quick thoughts. Yeah.
Wow, that's a very interesting point. I see a hand up. Ricardo, you have a question? Is it directly related to Professor Liu's comment, or anyway, go ahead.
It's actually just some quick answer to Ned's comment on the chat had posted before about the Chinese Communist Party or China being predatory or not. So that's not exactly what I was implying, because look, if you think about agriculture or cattle raising, they are led by Brazilian private companies, right? So what happened in the past 2 years is that there has been a deregulation in terms of mining, in terms of protecting forests, in terms of protecting indigenous rights. And this does not have to do with China, yeah? But what I'm saying is that, whereas that's what I was proposing, whereas in the first moment of this new phase of neo-extractivism, you had these regulations in place. Nowadays, they are increasingly being displaced. I mean, like, private capitalism is exploring natural resources more unbridledly, without restrictions, without regulations. That's what I'm saying. That'll be the first point. The second point is there is some scholarship about that, but the fact that China is very concerned with sustainability within, yeah, when it's inside the country, but not necessarily with where its food or its minerals come from. So there's a double standard of sustainability inside and lack of preoccupation with that on the outside, sort of outsourcing of depredation. But then what I meant is not that the country is predatory, but the process that is taking place in Brazil now, the way it's taking place to cope with the demand of China is increasingly becoming predatory. That's it.
I see another hand. Alan, please go ahead. Please.
Oh, there's an echo here. What happened? Can you hear me now? Oh, there's an echo.
Alan.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I'm also looking at Ned's comment about I've already forgotten the time.
We cannot hear you. Maybe other computers should mute.
Yeah, I'm also looking at Don's.
So everybody mute.
Ned's comment on predation, and I've already forgotten what Don talked about this morning, but I didn't get the impression that what he was talking about was similar at all with what Ricardo was talking about. But I was thinking about another more basic issue. I mean, Ricardo's paper really is talking about the politics of neo-extractionism or extractionism, but basically from the receiving end, okay? And it doesn't matter whether it's progressive or regressive. The impression that I get is that if you really compare the politics of extractionism on the receiving end with the politics of extractionism on the Chinese end, I get the impression that there's really no conflict between the two. I mean, is that a correct observation? I mean, I get the impression in the discussion that no matter how it's, I mean, what I understand from the politics of extraction on the Brazilian side, or actually, you know, South American side, is that it's largely complementary, or it doesn't really, there's really no basic conflict of interest. And if there's no basic conflict of interest, I mean, what kind of exploitative or colonial situation are we really talking about? I mean, isn't it safe to say everybody's happy? So, or is that a mistaken sort of conclusion?
No, I really agree completely with you. At the root of the thing, we're talking about neo-extractivism. That's why I said that it might be paradoxical talking about progressive neo-extractivism, because like in the end, what can we see as progressive in that? What we can see as progressive in that is, let's say, a bit more of attention to environment, to traditional people, and some sort of redistribution. No? But you're right, it's a model that got to an end when the boom of commodities ended. And unfortunately for us, Brazilians, next election is there, it's gonna be next year. And apparently the only candidate that has real chances to beat Bolsonaro is Lula da Silva again. So if he wins, we're gonna be back to that sort of thing. Selling soy, selling meat, in order to create national prosperity and so on. So it's a very sad perspective that politically, the political discourse, we didn't move on beyond that. So we are in this predatory moment of unbridled exploration of natural resources. But what might be the solution for that is, again, progressive new strategies, which is a very sad thing.
Let me put it this way. I would have thought that it's easy to look at the situation that you're talking about in simple dependency theory terms, right? One, it's, you know, the core is exploiting the periphery. I mean, is it not the case? I mean, but it doesn't sound from your discussion that's really the case, because the progressive regressive politics really has nothing to do with how China is really looking at the situation. In fact, it's the meaning is basically local, right? It's in reference to your values of what progressive and regressive is. But what I'm saying is that that's really not what the question is about. The question is, there's presumably a relationship through extraction on both ends. I mean, is that an exploitative relationship economically, you know, ecologically, or what? I mean, if it's not, I mean, it doesn't seem to me that it's you can view it as any kind of situation of colonialism or, you know, neo-colonialism or what have you. I mean, that's just the sort of my own perhaps misinterpretation of what you seem to be presenting.
No, you mentioned dependency theory, and of course it has to do with that. But the thing is that, I mean, I see the history of Latin America and the history of Brazil specifically as, or at least modern history of Brazil and Latin America as say it had this aim, let's say, of national development and independence, but it is a history of obstacles, of constraints, right? So the constraint to national populist period of industrialization and gain independency, and Brazil is going to be in the core, and that was the discourse back in the 30s and 40s, was the military coup, right? And after that, I mean, the country starts to de-industrialize. It has to do with neoliberalism and the end of a cycle. And then we have what we call the new republic. It's the past 35 years of democratization. And after this last developmental try by the Workers' Party, we again had this, let's say, this cut in history, like, or this obstacle in terms of getting stuck in the same trap. So just to say that, yes, the country never went beyond this position of being subordinate, but there were attempts to go beyond that, and they never actually worked properly. And it does have to do with the International Division of Labor, of course. What is new now, Alan, maybe that's what you are addressing, is that the other side is not Europe or North America anymore, it's China. What exactly this is creating in terms of dependency and relations of subordination is not clear yet, but it's clear that there was a repositioning of Brazil, continuing to be a provider of raw materials to another side that now is China, which is selling to Brazil and to the whole world, like electronics and more technologically products with more technology included. So that's a little bit.
Is there any other questions or any follow-up? Anyone? Perhaps one or two last questions. Yes, Scott, yes.
But I still think there's a difference between exploitation and extraction. And that one is exploiting labor and the other is extracting nature. And I think that it's moved much more from one to the other. And a lot of the, uneven development stuff, Origi and all that, not Origi, Amin and others, was largely about exploitation. And I think a lot of what's going on now is extraction. And it seems like a lot of it is leading hugely to massive migrations now, and to especially climate migration from sub-Saharan Africa, and more, it'll be more and more from India, Bangladesh, parts of India. And like there's, Siberia is recruiting Indian farmers to farm the land, for example. Yeah. And there's in the northeast bit of Turkey, there's going to be this, and it's happening already, massive climate migrations caused by no water, by flooding, by total overheating. Bangladesh is 40 degrees so much of the time, 42 degrees. Which I think have to do with extraction and climate. Not that there's not a lot, of course, there's a lot of exploitation going on, but I think it's driven differently than it was in 60 years ago or 50 years ago with kind of Günter Frank and uneven development. I'm not saying that's not happening, but this is something different, I think, that's going on. So that's also extraction, maybe extinction, yeah.
I think that extraction and exploitation have a lot to do. I mean, if you think in terms of colonial history, that's how Brazil started. Exploitation of slavery and extraction. So using the slave labor force to extract or to produce sugarcane or whatever. So I think they have historically been together, even though, of course, in each phase of history, they have different shapes, they have different faces.
There was always a moment of extraction and exploitation, which was the extraction of surplus value. So it's, the extraction is contained in the exploitation concept as classically conceived, but that's not the same kind of extraction we're discussing now. And I think the Latin American context is fascinating. I mean, if you think, I mean, I don't know much about this, Ricardo, but I understand that when Brazil was constituted, it was constituted as an empire rather than a state, which seems to me kind of significant with respect to some of these issues. But also the modes of colonialism in Latin America. I mean, here in Australia, we're, you know, we go round and round in circles around settler colonialism and the, you know, based on the expropriation, extraction of land grabbing, settlement. But it seems to me that in the, you know, the Latin American context, this expropriation of land and labor happened, you know, pretty much in lockstep in the encomienda system. You know, it's really hard to make these points in the context in which I operate, where you know, you can say, well, we might have to talk about the expropriation of labor as well of land. But Latin America seems to me the place where these cross.
Thanks, Brett, for the comment, which makes me think many different things, but I'll try to be concise. So yes, exactly. It's a country. Brazil's a country that became independent under the rule of the King of Portugal, which became our emperor. And what happened between this moment of independence, it's going to be 200 years next year, which was in 1822, and the moment of the proclamation of the Republic, which was in 1889, is that slavery continued. And even though the country was independent, we continued with this colonial status, and slavery continued to exist. And in between these two dates, 1822 and 1889, you had the so-called law of lands, or lands law. And it basically said that if you could not buy the land you were pay to the state for the land you were occupying, in case that the land was not private, it was public land, then you should leave the land. So this created a land market that kind of prepared for the abolition of slavery, making sure that slaves, if they were slavery were abolished, people will not just settle down and live there, like in the US, for example. They just said, oh, if you can get to the land, it's yours, you know, agrarian reform. So it blocked agrarian reform, and many interpreters of Brazil say that it's kind of a error of origin of the country in terms of blocking democratization, because access to land, to public land, was blocked. So people who were poor and the ex-slaves that were released from slavery could not occupy this land. So they had to continue being subordinate to the landlords. So it's like changed the forms of domination, but perpetuated the bonds between like very powerful people and the rest, the free man and the ex-slaves. So I mean, so that's why land is always something that comes together, of course, with extractivism, but also with labor. I mean, for me, as a Latin American, it's hard to think separately, you know.
Okay, any last comment? Looks like no one wants to lead, but we need to some work. Okay, Joyce, hey, would you like to make the last comment? It's been a long day and a lot of interesting discussion and a lot of food for thoughts. And Joyce, may I invite you to make a final comment for us?
No. I think everyone, I think, would feel the same way as I do. This is very stimulating and unsolving problems that we are facing, and we need to figure out how to analyze and theorize and also contextualize all issues. I actually learned a lot from everyone. I'm not here to say any concluding remark. I want to thank Alan too for getting you all together to share your thoughts. Thank you. Yeah, I think we have a lot of work to do.
Yeah. Alan, no. So Alan said, thank you, everyone. So thank you very much once again for participating.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, everyone.
Nice to see you all. Scott,
Thank you,
take
Alan.
care. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot.
Great job.
Matt,
Thank you.
Brad,
Bye, Joyce.
Gato, I enjoyed your paper too. Yeah, very much.
Good.
And Shiding, yeah. All right, take care. Bye-bye. See you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
For those who are here, let's have dinner. Who's having dinner? Oh, Joyce left already.
Those who are here in person, we have a dinner after this, so meet us.
What happened
later.
to Joyce?
Logistics. Yeah, and thank you for Wei Xun for all the logistics. Thank you, and thank you all of you. Without you, this conference was not possible. So
you're talking to yourself.